Okay, I'm extremely sorry for that. Actually, my charger, I didn't bring the 3-pin converter, so it's made some problem. And Alhamdulillah, with the help of our honorable advisor, I fixed that one. Extremely sorry for that. Actually, my charger, I didn't bring the 3-pin converter, so it's made some problem. And Alhamdulillah, with the help of our honorable advisor, I fixed that one. I can hear my own voice twice. So this is the repetition. I mean, all the participant, I'm asking like, is it like, uh, I mean, while I'm talking, you guys are listening to me? Yes, you are echoing. Yeah, I don't know why. I can hear my own voice twice. So this is the repetition. Check. Hello. I'm asking like, is it like, I mean, while I'm talking, you guys are listening to me? Yes, you are echoing. Yeah. Okay, why it happened? This is the repetition. Check. Hello. I'm asking like, is it like, you guys are listening to me? Okay. Let me check. Is there anything I opened? Okay. Let me check. Is there anything I opened? Okay. Someone told me the YouTube is already. I mean, the voice is okay on YouTube. Okay. Okay. Someone told me the YouTube is already. I mean, the voice is okay on YouTube. Is there is two-time voice? Yeah, I'm also thinking there is two-time voice. I don't know why. Should I go out and join? Okay, it's almost 9:30, but pardon me. I'm just you know do it once more time to make it perfect. I just leave right now and join. Thinking there is two-time voice. I don't know why. Should I go out and join? Okay, it's almost 9:30, but pardon me. I'm just you know do it once more time to make it perfect. I just right now and join. Thinking there is two-time voice. I don't know why. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry for the inconvenience. Can someone confirm me whether the voice is right? Is it all right now? Please. I think maybe. Okay, then okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I got the confirmation. I think it's almost 9:30 is over. So may I know our honorable speaker is already uh, on the Zoom, Dr. Ungar Rashid.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, doctor. Okay, let's start the session formally. The confirmation. I think it's almost 9:30 is over. So may I know our honorable speaker is already uh, on the Zoom, Dr. Ungar Rashid.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, doctor. Okay, let's start the session formally. So may I
Hello.
okay, let's start the session. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. As we gathered virtually here today, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, including our esteemed speakers, lecturers, CPS staff, PGSS members from Gombak, Kuantan campus, organizing committees, and all the postgraduate students. It is an honor to have you all here today. To gain the blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, let us commence by reciting the Ummul Kitab Suratul Al-Fatiha, seeking the blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Let us recite this Ummul Kitab Surah Al-Fatiha. Dear brothers and sisters, as you embark on this new journey, I would like to share a quote by the great Nelson Mandela, who said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." You have made a wise decision by choosing to study at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. And we are confident that your time here will equip you with the knowledge and skills to make your positive impact in the world. So as the president of Postgraduate Student Society and master of ceremony of today's session, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for securing your place at these esteemed institutions. I would also like to remind you of another famous quote by the Greek philosopher Aristotle, who said, "Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all." At IIUM, we not only focus on academic excellence, but also on nurturing our education, students' character and values. In this regard, I would like to welcome you all to the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue, a term coined by one of our founder of IIUM, the late Tansri Dr. Ahmed Ibrahim. This garden represents the holistic education that IIUM offers, where students not only gain knowledge, but also develop their character and morals. So, my dear friends, I urge you to make the most of your time here at International Islamic University, Malaysia. As the American author Mark Twain once said, "The secret of getting ahead is getting started." You have taken the first step, and we are here to support and guide you along the way. So once again, congratulations and warmly welcome all of you to this Garden of Knowledge and Virtue, International Islamic University, Malaysia, which is one of the best university in Malaysia. This is MD Alamgir Hussain, president of PGSS and PG student of IABF, and I am delighted to be your master of ceremony for this today's morning event. So we will begin our first session shortly. Dear brothers and sisters, please mute your microphone, open your camera if possible, try to interact with the speakers if possible. Then the session will become more, like interacting. Without a further ado, let's continue with the main agenda. We are privileged to have with us today an esteemed speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Ongaran Rashid, an Associate Professor at the Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kulli of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Science, who will share her expertise on this topic. The session aims to help you understand appreciate the diversity of cultures at IIUM. Okay, there is on announcement for our participants. We'll have a Q&A session after this, immediately after our honorable speakers speech is finished. So feel free to ask any questions who arise in your mind. So while the session is going on, if you have any questions, so write down it through the chat box. We will try to accumulate your questions and ask to the honorable speakers, and hopefully he will give the answer. So it's an also opportunity, because IAUM is all about the diversity, all about the, you will get so many cultures, people over there, you will get a very great experience. So while, I mean, if you travel to IAUM already, I think you started to feel like IAUM is something else. So at the end of your journey, you will feel IIM is like not an institution, it's just an emotion. So, okay, I don't want to waste much of your time. Dr. Ongaran Rashid, we are honored to have you with us today. Please take the virtual stage and enlighten us with your valuable insights on appreciation of cultural difference. So, Dr. Ongaran Rashid, from now and onwards, the session is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Could you please switch on your camera, because it seems to me if there's no one switch on the camera, so I think I talk to myself. I'm like a crazy person. Could you please, Brother Alam, right? Are you prophesying my position? I'm not an associate. I'm an assistant,
Okay.
assistant professor.
You're going to be associate, inshallah, very soon.
Okay, please switch on your camera. During pandemic, I know that many students didn't want to switch on the camera because they want to attend the class for attendance. But the person disappeared from the room. But today, I think this is not a class. This is not a study, but only for ta'aruf, introduction, to know each other. So I need your face. In my culture, I'm okay. My name is Ungaran. Only single name. I have a single name, but when I referred to Islam, I put another name, Rashid. So now I use Ungaran Rashid as my name. I am from Indonesia. In my culture, there is saying. Later, I will I will translate. Tak kenal maka tak sayang. If I don't know you, then I will not love you. uh, how can I know you if I cannot know your face? Yeah. The way I speak, the way I communicate with you, it reflects the way I conduct my class. Maybe later, if you come to my class, then you will know my my style of teaching and learning. Okay. Anyone from Indonesia? Because I'm Indonesian. Is there anyone from Indonesia?
I believe
No,
there are so many. Please just respond.
no Indonesian. Why I ask Indonesian because this is there is a funny story that I want to tell you. Is there Indonesian? No. Okay. If not, then still I will tell the story. Okay. Now my question is: there any of you have ever stayed in other community beside your community? Is there any of you? Like, for example, you're Malaysian, but then you stay or you live in Thailand for 1 or 2 years, or you're from Bangladesh, you live in Malaysia. Oh, uh, brother Fidaldin Said, Arab staying in Sweden. May I know which one? Because I cannot see. Brother Fidaldin. Which one, Brother Fidaldin? Uh,
Dear participants, you can unmute yourself because we already opt out that barriers. So you can unmute yourself and interact with the professor.
Yes,
Thank you
salam
very much.
alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Okay.
This is me. Yeah.
Okay. Can you share a little bit when you moved to Sweden from are you from Saudi?
No, actually, originally I am from Syria, but I lived in Jordan.
Okay.
And for 25 years ago, my father he moved to Sweden because of political issues. So
Okay.
I have been in Sweden now for 25 years.
Okay. Subhanallah. Can you share a little bit when you moved to Sweden? Of course, the culture, everything is different, right?
Yes.
Middle East and Europe. Can you share a little bit about this?
You know, the difficult one, I can start with the difficult one. The challenges, the language, you know,
Okay.
the historical issues here in Scandinavia, how to eat, how to know cloth code, and how to speak with elder people, how to sit in school, because you know in Jordan, Muslims countries and Arab countries, when you sit and educate yourself in school, it's a full of respect for a teacher and how you communicate with your colleagues and so on. In Sweden, it's not at all the same because you interact with your teacher without any respect, with all respect. So you can simply call your teacher with his first name, Anders, if his name is Anders. You know, in Jordan, we try to say all of the time, teacher Ahmed, with respectful names and titles. Here, it shocked me first days
Mhm.
that I could, because I was the only one in the class who called my teacher. So boys laughed at me and said, you don't need to call him teacher Andish every time. Just call him Andish and he will come to you and help you, and so on and so on. A lot of culture crack, and it take me 3 years, I think, to understand that it's a different country, different culture.
Okay, good story. Anyone else? Uh, have you, or is there anyone who moved to a different country or different area? You use the same language, but the language only similar, not exactly the same or not identical. Have you experienced this? No? Okay. Let me tell my story. When I came here, for the first time, that is about 15 years ago. I moved here. I've never heard about the differences between Indonesia and Malaysia. I know the only the language quite similar. Okay. I came here, arrived at the airport, then there's advertisement of SIM card, okay, cellular SIM card. The advertisement says dapatkan one product dengan percuma. Okay. Then I said, why there's advertisement like this? This is funny. This is ridiculous, right? Because dapatkan, or you can get this product. I will not say the name of the product. Dengan percuma. In Indonesia, then I said, this is funny. So why the company put this kind of advertisement? Okay, so I bought another product. Then later on, I have a friend, and my friend asked me, what kind of SIM card you use? I said, I mentioned one product, and he said, why didn't you take the other one that is free? The one that you bought is very expensive. I said, which one? Then he mentioned the product that I saw at the airport. I said, why do I have to buy that one? You know, dapatkan the product dengan percuma. In bahasa Indonesia, because I'm Indonesian, the meaning is take this product, the useless product. You know, I know the word, the language quite similar, then the meaning is different. Yeah. I said, what? Yeah, that is free. I said, no, but that's useless. No, that is free. Then work well. I said, then why the advertisement says useless? Then my friend said, okay, what do you understand about that advertisement? I said, you can take the product, useless product. Yeah. But then he said, no, in Malaysia, the meaning, you can get that product free. You can imagine, we use the same term, but different meaning. Then later on, about 2-3 months, I started study here in Selpad, because I don't have a background in Arabic, so I had to take Arabic in Selpad. Then one of my classmates, after the class, he said, let's have lunch. Okay, but still speaking in Malay. He said, "Jom makan." I said, "Okay, jom." I didn't understand at that time. Jom makan. What is that? Okay, but I know this is lunchtime, right? So I said, "Okay." Then he said, "You belanja." Huh? I said, "This is lunchtime, right?" Then here there are so many cafes. Yeah, you belanja. I said, why? You can go directly and we can have lunch directly. Why do we have to go for belanja? No, you have to belanja for me. I said, we don't have time, and then there's nothing to do, to cook. Then maybe he couldn't understand my mind, and also I couldn't understand what he spoke, right? You belanja me. Then I said, please speak English for this, because I'm confused now. We will go for lunch, but then you ask me to belanja. You know, in Indonesia, belanja means shopping. Yeah. So in my mind at the time, I have to buy raw material for food, and then I had to cook. But then he said, no, that's not my understanding. Then please tell me. I said. Then finally he said, treat me. Oh, then finally I did understand. Belanja in Malaysia means treat, right? In Indonesia, belanja means shopping. Two words that I experienced. Percuma, which means free, in Indonesia means useless or wasting. Okay. Then belanja. Belanja here means treat or buy, treat. But in Indonesia, belanja means shopping. Yeah. Like brother Fadaldin said, language. Yeah? For the first time, language, of course, because you move to a different country and the language is different. But that is still, for me, in my opinion, of course, you can disagree with me. You can learn the language, of course, that is the shocking you. But the problem, if you speak similar language, then that is dangerous, right? Because the language, I mean, the terms we use the same, like in Malaysia and Indonesia, but then sometimes the meaning slightly different or even opposite meaning. Like in Malaysia, the term awak means you. In Indonesia, Awak means I. Yeah, opposite. So language is the first thing that we have to understand when we move to different community. We join a different community, move to other area. Even in the same area, sometimes we use the same language, but the term that we don't use is used by another community. Yeah. I will give another example. In my culture, Sundanese, we use Sundanese, but that is in Indonesia, in West Java. The language that we use the same, but sometimes one community with other community, we don't use, or we use one word in one community, but for another community, the term is prohibited to mention. Yeah? One day, many years ago, I went to one area in still in West Java, in my area, but I visited different community. Then someone explained to me that he will make a wedding party for his daughter. Then he used the term that is prohibited in my area. I said, what? Because that is for animals. The word is for animals. I said, what? You will have a you will make a wedding party, but actually in my area the word is for animal. I said, oh my goodness, what's wrong with this guy? Very rude. Then I asked my friend why he mentioned very rude term. Then my friend said, no, here that is common term for wedding. I said, oh my goodness, we are from the same culture, but different community. Then we use different term for something. Yeah, the word kawin and nikah, right? No. Shahira. Which one is Shahira? Nikah. Okay, wearing white. Okay, not nikah. This is worse than nikah. Yeah, we cannot mention here. We know, you know, the term. I mean, in English, but I will not mention because that is very rude. Okay. Language is the first thing that Brother Fadaldin mentioned. What else, if you know, beside language? Food. Okay, food. Yeah, this happened last week during weekend. Uh, I went. My wife asked me to go to ICT Shah Alam. Okay, there there's Indonesian restaurant in ICT Shah Alam. The name of the restaurant is Indo Asli, if I'm not mistaken. Indo Asli. Then I saw the menu. Then oh, there's kind of food, of course Indonesian food that I wanted for long time. Then I order that food. The name is gado gado. Then the one of them came, one the worker came, brought a bowl of something. Then I said, what is this? I said, who ordered this? And he said, you. I said, no, I didn't order this. What kind of food is this? This is gado-gado. What? I said, what? This is not gado-gado. in my mind, gado-gado is Indonesian gado-gado. But then she provided something else, which I don't know what that is, because gado-gado is not like that. The similar thing is only the sauce, peanut sauce. I said, oh, this is not gado-gado. Why you put in the menu that this is gado-gado? I know that you are not Indonesian. I said, oh yeah, I'm not Indonesian. I'm Malaysian. I said that you have to learn. If you want to provide Indonesian food, then you have to learn the kind of the food. Don't mention something, then you provide something else. Okay, food. People from, of course, from Arab, yeah, like mutton or lamb, right? But when you come here to Malaysia, you will find many things. Okay, many things. Chicken, mutton, yes. Lamb, yes. Fish. But the way Malay cook will be different from your food, right? Some of you will like, but maybe some of you will not like the kind of the food. Yeah. This is also my experience when I moved to Thailand a couple of years ago, because I used to live in Thailand about 3.5 years. The food, I like Thai food, but not sour. But almost all Thai food sour, right? So almost every day I eat the same kind of food, except if my wife can find something to cook. Yeah, if we go to restaurant or a food stall, food court, then I will have the same thing. Yeah, food. What else? Many responses here. Holidays, weather, of course, weather. Holidays, norms, culture, yes, culture, norms. Anggraini Ramli. What do you mean culture here? Sister Anggraini. Anggraini, yeah. What culture you mean? Language also part of culture, right? What culture? Okay, I mentioned, oh, okay. I mentioned just now verbal language, okay? Then someone said sign language, uh, and also body language. I don't know where you're from. Then if I say this, what do you understand?
Okay.
Okay. Okay sign. What else? Do you have other thing? Do you know other understanding? Another understanding? Cultural sensitive like smell. Cultural sensitive like smell, spicy food, different meaning. Okay, for this sign language, Only okay?
Maybe number?
Number? 0?
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
Money.
Money.
Yes. In Korean
Why?
language, this is money.
Money. Okay. Money. What else? But that's not too sensitive, right? Money. Okay. Okay. Number, maybe 3 or 0. But that's sensitive in, wait, suddenly I forget. I think in Japan or in Turkey. This one means stupid. Yes, related to number means 0. You don't have anything in your mind. Yeah. You have to be careful. You have to be careful using sign language. I was a Christian. I went to seminary, Christian seminary. Okay. Many people from many countries and also different cultures came to that seminary. Then one day I asked someone, then he appointed something to me using his mouth like this. Yeah. Where's the toilet? Then like that. I said, what? Very rude. You know, in my culture, pointing something using mouth, our mouth is very rude. We have to use at least our pointed finger. But this is also not polite, right? We use thumb or we use all of our fingers like this. Then this guy using his mouth. I said, oh my goodness, are you angry to me? But then I try to understand. Okay? I try to understand. I said, brother, later on, then we became good friends. Brother, when we met for the first time, I asked you where the toilet is. Then you use your mouth. Why? Then he said, in my culture, that is the best way to appoint something. Oh my goodness. In my culture, that is very rude. But in other culture, that is the best way to point something. Yeah. This is language, verbal language, body language, sign language. Yeah. Yeah. This is about language. You have to be careful. You will, okay, this is for postgraduate, right? Did you study here before? Is there anyone who studied here for a bachelor?
Yes.
Okay, okay. For you, maybe you already know about this. You don't need ta'aruf anymore, except you want to know new friends. Okay, but this is important for those who study here for the first time. Yeah? The students here, if I'm not mistaken, from since this university was established until now, there are about the student came about from about 110 countries. You can imagine languages are different, cultures are different, religion also may be different. Do you agree with me? International student should be Muslim here, right? But then I realized that not all international students are Muslims or Muslimah. Last semester, I thought I teach World Religion 1 about Judaism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism. Then in my class last semester, there was someone from Japan wearing hijab. So I thought she's Muslim. So when I explain, then she raises her hand, then asks. Her question is funny. Yeah, for me, of course, funny. Why I said the question is funny? Because the question was, are you sure that Prophet Muhammad is prophet? I said, I said, what? Muslim student in Islamic University asked this question. Are you sure that Prophet Muhammad is prophet? I said, why did you ask this question? Because for me, it doesn't make sense. I said, what? Where are you from? I'm from Japan. Then why you said that you're not sure that Prophet Muhammad is prophet? Yeah, doesn't make sense. Okay, tell me why it doesn't make sense for you. Then she explained many things. Finally, I understood that she's not Muslim. Yeah, she's Buddhist. She's a Buddhist. I said, why? Okay, have you studied other religion before? And she said, only Christianity. Because I went to Christian school in, I forget, somewhere. Her father was diplomat, I think. So she went to Christian school. Okay, so I had to explain. Yeah. Then again, the question: Quran is not word of God for her. Then she explained many things, but you know what? I have to understand her because she's not a Muslim or Muslimah, right? If I don't understand, maybe I will ask her to leave my class. Why? Because she disturbs me a lot. When I want to explain something, then she will raise her hand, then ask for us, for Muslims. That's a ridiculous question. But because she again and again asked funny questions, finally I said, please come to my room different time, because I want to explain the topic. I have to fulfill the course outline, right? If I answer your question only, then I will miss many topics. So please come to my room, or we can have lunch together. During lunch, you can ask. You know, almost every week she comes to me, asks many things. Finally, then I must have sabar. Why? Because I have to understand her understanding about religion. Even about Buddhism, she doesn't understand well. She said, I was raised in cultural Japanese family. Even Buddhism is a little bit different for her. Yeah, but I have to understand her because she's not Muslimah, and she wants to learn about Islam. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So, but good thing happened later on. During the test, she got very high mark, higher than Muslims. Can you imagine? As a Muslim, I'm embarrassed that many Muslim students couldn't answer the questions well. But she is a Buddhist. She answers all the questions well. Yeah? What I can learn from this, she tried to understand other religion. She tried to understand someone else's religion, someone else's belief. Okay? I really appreciate that. It is not easy to understand new religion only in 3 months. Yeah? Only in 3 months. Maybe if we learn other religion in 3 months, I've learned Judaism, I've learned Christianity. I've been learning even. I've been learning Judaism, Christianity since 35 years ago. Yeah, since 35 years ago. But still, I have to learn more. I joined Christianity, but still I don't understand the way Christian theologian or leaders interpret the Bible. Because when I learn the Bible in the seminary, why I have different understanding with them? Yeah? So language, food, what else I mentioned just now? Different religion. Yeah. What else? What else? Is it possible for us Muslims to have different understanding on Islamic teaching? Is that possible? Possible. Zuhaira Abdullah. Can you explain to me? Zuhaira, what? Zuhaira Abdullah. Which one?
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, please.
I think it's quite what we call that wide. Sometimes in Malaysia we have differences in uh, differences to understand about politics through the Islamic perspective, and in some village, for example, in my village, because of the what we call that, the ustad or asatiza who went there to give teachings and so on from since a long time ago, saying about what, for example, statement A. So the people, they don't have the formal education from university, school, and so on. So they will just follow the ustad blindly, even though they don't know even whether the ustad is the statement is legit or not through the Islamic perspective. So when they mix with the people who have the formal formal education background, for example, for Islamic teachings, there will be some quite what we call that misunderstandings lah. And that was the first example. The second example is when I went to the pesantren or pondok, we call it as pondok in Kelantan. So what we call that, the differences to understand about the fiqh, the simple or basic teachings about fiqh is also different. That is what I can share. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Yes, about politics, of course. Yeah. A couple of years ago, one of my friend from Indonesia, he did his PhD, I think, in the government issue. Okay. At the time in Indonesia, there's especially in the capital of Indonesia, Jakarta. Jakarta has governor. The governor at the time was not a Muslim. He's a Christian, but he's a good Christian, anti-corruption. Okay, but many Muslims say do not vote for him for the he was a governor because the previous governor he was a vice governor, deputy governor, but then the governor became president, so he had to be governor to replace the previous governor. Okay, but people didn't vote for him. But then when the election for governor was held, many people, many Muslims say, do not vote for him because he is not a Muslim. We have to vote only Muslim. Okay. Then my friend here did his thesis, his PhD on this issue. But his conclusion here in IRK, his conclusion, it is fine to vote non-Muslim to be our leader. Why? Because the faith of the leader will not affect our faith. Okay? He cannot or she cannot bring us to heaven because what we can bring us to heaven is our iman and our good deeds, right? But if we vote a bad person, corrupt person, that will affect the community. So for my friend said, it is fine to vote non-Muslim if he can bring the people to be a better people. Yeah, better in many aspects, of course, economy, politics, even in terms of spirituality. You know, when the non-Muslim acted as governor in Jakarta, he built he built some mosques. Then the one who replaced him was a Muslim. Now already resigned because he wanted to be he wants to be a president. So resigned. Then people said, why Muslims didn't build any mosques, but non-Muslim built many mosques. Yeah. We can have different, but this is in political issue, in political arena. Even in terms of Islamic practicing, maybe we will have problem. I will let you know. Many years ago, when I was still student here, on Friday, we have to go for Friday prayer, right? But at the time was heavy raining. Then the fellow principal asked our students to go to mosque. He said, hey, today is Friday and this is the time for Friday prayer. And some of the students are not Malaysian. Then they said, you see, it is raining, heavy raining. We don't have to go to mosque because it is raining. But the fellow principal was upset. Then they quarrel each other, almost fight. You can imagine at the same university, then we have different understanding about going to mosque for Friday prayer during raining. Maybe you have your opinion because your ustaz or ustaza or your lecturer before mentioned something that you hold. But when you come here, that is different understanding from this or majority of a lecturer or policy of the university. And you have to understand this. You have to learn, you have to appreciate this. Different appreciating differences is important in our life. Why? Because we want to live in harmony, right? We don't want to live in disharmonious life. Yeah? We don't want to live in war. We don't want to live in conflict. Even in our neighbor, in our family, we want to live in harmony. Also, when you come here, you will stay in Mahala, or even if you stay outside in dormitory or housing, your culture may be different from your neighbor. If you cannot understand, you don't want to understand your neighbor, then you will live in trouble. Yeah, because especially if you cannot understand, you want people to understand you only, this is problem, big problem. Yeah, but how to understand each other, how to appreciate differences, that is very important. You know, maybe you are from India, Pakistan, where mazhab majority mazhab in India or Pakistan is Maliki, right? But Malaysia, the formal mazhab is Shafi'i. You will have different some differences. Yeah? Some of you may be from Middle East or North Africa. You have different mazhab. You cannot say my mazhab is the best, is the right one. My culture is the best or is the right one. Yeah. If you have this kind of mentality, you will face so many problems. Hanafi oh yeah, India, Pakistan majority Hanafi. Okay, thank you. Uh, Middle East maybe Maliki, right? No, not Africa. Um, okay, that's about religion. Then also about someone mentioned ethics. Ethics may be different, but you have to differentiate ethics with etiquette. Ethics mostly quite similar. Islamic, Christian, Judaism, ethics are almost similar. But etiquette is different. Why? Because etiquette based on norm of community, policy of community. For example, in my culture, it is not good to write or to use left hand. So when a family has a child using left hand to write, the parents will warn the child, hey, don't use your left hand. When I was young, I used my left hand, but my mother was upset again and again. Use your right hand. This is etiquette. Yeah. In one culture, when we finish eating, then like in Indonesia, we put the spoon. This is the spoon, right? Then we put the spoon like this. Means we finish eating. But in one culture, if we put like that, then we need more. Which one is the right one? Which one is the right one? We cannot say I cannot say my culture is the right one because this one means stop eating. But for other culture, no, that is not enough eating. We cannot say my culture. I cannot say my culture is the right one. That's only from my culture, from my community's understanding. And using thumb to appoint something that is the right one for me, but maybe for others that is not. Yeah, like Brother Fidaldin said, he always call his lecturer or teachers teacher, but people in Sweden, oh, that's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Call someone with teacher, like many students also call me teacher Rashid. Teacher Rashid. That is weird for me, but yeah, I have to accept whatever people call me. Yeah? For American, maybe they call me only Rashid, but that's okay. That's okay, no problem. It will not affect your mark. You call me teacher, you call me doctor, you call me my name directly, you can call me sir, whatever. It's okay, no problem. But remember, not all lecturers are like me. you have to understand people here, because maybe they are from different culture from me. Yeah. Then you have to know what is the best in your class. Yeah. People maybe from Middle East, the lecturer from India. When you remember, when you give presentation in your class, your lecturer Indian maybe will like that during your presentation, but don't think that he will have many questions to you, because I have that's experience. I presented something, and then in the one of the attendants always like his hand like this. I said, I think this guy will have so many question to me, because in my culture that is not, no way, right? But then when I finished, he's the one who said, perfect, very great. I said, what? I thought he will have so many questions. Yeah, but then he said, perfect. Finally, I understand. This one is like, okay. One Jordanian, brother Fidaldin, used to live in Jordan, right? In Jordan, yes, using head to agree is like this, right? But not is like this. I heard from some Jordanian, but in Indonesia, yes, it's this. So for Jordanian, this one is yes and no, yes, no, yes, no. Yeah. Sometimes it seems funny, but this is our life. We are created and we are placed by Allah in different countries, different communities, different languages, different understanding of religion, different understanding of political issue. But we have to live. We cannot say, no, I don't want to live with this guy. I want to live with only the same people from the same language with me, the same culture. You know, you choose international university where the student come from many countries. Maybe this semester not so many students come from different countries. I heard since COVID, yeah. But previously, students came from many countries, even a country that I've never thought before, Mexico, Colombia. I thought there's no Muslim in Colombia, but then there are students from Colombia. There's students from Mexico. Yeah. Again, I have to repeat: language, food, etiquette, and then what else just now? Food etiquette, religious understanding. Right? We will face differences. Then try to understand, try to appreciate someone's understanding, someone's background. Otherwise, you will face many problems. Yeah? When you meet one lecturer or one professor or supervisor from one country, this person wants you to do something. but lecture from different culture, from different countries, maybe will ask you different things. You have to understand then how to reconcile the differences in your heart, in your mind. Inshallah, you will get some beneficial from different people. Yeah. Is there any question or comment?
Yeah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Doctor is asking, is there any questions for this? Please raise your hand, or you can directly unmute yourself and please interact.
Oh,
This is the interactive session.
Before I forget,
Okay, doctor.
even different department, the way you put a reference different. One department will use Chicago, other department will use APA. If you attach in one department, then you take a subject from different department, make sure you have to ask what style of citation. Okay? Because different department maybe applies different kind of citation. APA, Chicago, even though we have to use IIUM manual, we have IIUM manual, but still some department or kuliah apply APA. Make sure so your supervisor, your lecturer will not be confused about your style of writing. Okay, go ahead if there's any question.
Okay, thank you very much, dear doctor. So hopefully the session was like, it's more too engaging. So thank you very much, doctor, for conducting this session like that way. It's really, because otherwise in online session, what we usually see, the participants really feel bored. They just join and close the camera for the attendance seeking. So
Yeah, I know.
So I would like to request our dear participants, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, or if you're shy to ask, just write down the questions on behalf of you. I will ask to the honorable speaker. Is there any? Okay, doctor, I received on questions. Okay, there is brother Irfan Ali Tanvi. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ungar and Rashid, and my honorable colleagues.
Walaikum salam.
Thank you very much, Brother Alamgir, for letting me speak on this forum. I just wanted to bring to this attention. I'm actually a long-time IIUmian. This is my 18th year with the IIUM, and my third degree, to be honest, when I'm starting my third degree here. I've done 2 masters, and this is my PhD. And I did in different colleges of the IIUM, so I can definitely understand where Dr. Ungar and Rashid is coming from. And I really appreciate this feedback which has been given. But throughout, just as a challenge, I would like to bring this up. I've felt that challenge, and that haunted me to an extreme, especially at ISTAC. ISTAC was the premier postgrad college in those days of the IIUM. That was lately taken from Professor Alatas and forcibly put into the IIUM, where the situation was very different. Nonetheless, Alhamdulillah, we had a great, splendid time over there in learning. And I even changed my field from civilization to law within the IIUM. So now I'm doing PhD in cyber law. The challenge which I faced, and I just want to share this with everyone because Honorable Dr. Ungaran was speaking about cultures and ethics. that like we cannot say that our culture is the best or our ethics are the best, or we come from, Allah forbid, some sort of a superior culture. Similarly, we cannot ridicule the existing or the culture of the land, which is the Malay culture. And in that, we have to understand a great deal of matters which might not be in line with our culture. And that creates a lot of problem for foreigners, especially me, because I was born and raised as a Bedouin in Jaziratul Arab. And that makes very challenging for a person who's coming from such a, you could say, hybrid remote background, which is not very much developed. And then when I came here, it gave me a cultural shock. But I would just request all the members here, since you are, most of you are my children's age or my nephew, nieces, I would just like to say that be bold, have adaptability, and go nice. I will just share a quick incident, if you allow me, Dr. Ungaran.
Go
Just a
ahead.
quick minute. When I first came, of course, in my hometown, they used to say salam like this: Assalamu alaikum. The ain was very hard. And when I came, the people of Rawang and Gomba, which were predominant at the UIAM campus those days, they would not answer back to me. Got really frustrated. What sort of Muslims are these that when I say salams to them, they don't respond? Are they Muslims or not? The big question mark. Then I met a mufti here in Malaysia. He became a very good friend of mine, and I learned a lot from him. And he was also a foreigner, by the way. He was from Fiji. That sheikh told me that, Irfan, it is your fault, no one else's fault. And I said, Sheikh, I am saying salams to them. They're not responding. How is it my fault? He said, your salam is so hard, your ayn is so hard. These people think, the people from Kampung, that you are angry. They have done something wrong. They didn't give you a coffee properly. That's why you are saying salam like this. Then I said, Sheikh, what should I do? Meaning, what's the solution of the problem? He said, you have to melodify your salam. Instead of your heavy ayn, assalamu alaikum, you have to say, assalamu alaikum, saikum. And then only I received the response, walaikum assalam, abang buka apa khabar. So, jazakumullah khairan. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much for sharing your experience. That is good. That is good. You know, yeah. In some culture, when maybe in my culture, people speak softly. Okay, then when I for the first time met someone from Timor, you know, East Timor, Timor Leste now, at that time still part of Indonesia. They speak very strong and then very fast. Then I said, what's wrong with you? Are you angry to me? Similar, Brother Irfan. I said, you know, please speak nicely to me, because yeah, I am from Sundanese. If you search the way Sundanese speak, very soft. But then he said, no, I'm not angry with you. Yeah, this is my style. And then I said, okay, if that's your style, that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone else wants to?
Yeah, thank you very much, Brother Irfan Ali Thanvi. So you shared something very interesting. I found like the participants were laughing actually, even me. Thank you very much, brother. So is there anyone?
That's from Brother Yusuf Kawisa from Uganda. I would like you to highlight me on your experience on the aspect of racism in IIUM. I have not experienced yet. People at IIUM are welcoming, but someone who lived in Malaysia earlier warned of segregation based on color. actually advising me, do not mind if it happens. Focus on your mission. Enlighten me, doctor, and probably I will get my worries out of me. But okay, yeah. To be honest, I have to mention, yes, there are some people racist. I cannot hide this one because I have experience. Yeah. Uh, Sorry to say, maybe brother Yusuf is from Uganda, means the color is a little bit dark, right? Many many people whom I know here told me, "Hey, you see the black people there near my condo? What they are doing here? Actually, they are drug seller. But actually, some of them I know because they are IUM student." I said, "How can you say they are drug seller?" "Yeah, because they are black." I said, wait, brother, don't say that. I know one of them. He is a UIS student, and maybe he's in the coffee shop. At that time, there's a coffee shop named Dr. Coffee. Maybe because the coffee shop provides Wi-Fi and the environment is nice, so these people come regularly to this coffee shop. But don't say they are drug seller. Yes, there are, even at this university. Yeah. One day, someone asked me, "Where are you from?" "Indonesian." "Oh, Indon." For me, Indonesian, to be called Indon is not nice. Huh? That is like what? Um, yeah, that is not a good word for Indonesian. Yeah. "Oh, you are Indon." I said, "No, I'm Indonesian." Yeah, Indon. We call Indon here. Well, finally, at that time, I was upset. Did you go to school? I mean elementary school? Then of course, he said, "In the elementary school, is there any country named Indon?" No, right? So don't call me Indon, please. At that time, but yeah, here so many people use that term for Indonesian. Maybe here for Malaysian that is common, then I cannot say anything. Even though I don't like that term, still I have to accept because this is not my country. I stay here. Maybe people here use Indon for a common term for Indonesian. Yeah, yeah. I have to accept that. I have to appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, Doctor. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Brother Fidaldin. Respect and understanding are password for good communication and good relationship. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much who already engaging themselves. So I have few questions. Maybe the time is running out. I'm not going to ask all those questions, but from those I can ask one question to Doctor. The question is, how can we leverage cultural diversity to enhance our academic and personal growth?
Okay. Good question. You are from one community, right? The way you speak, the way you learn something may be affected by your community. But here you live in diversity, okay? Diversity. People come from different cultures, different country. use that to improve your understanding or to improve your way of learning. Yeah, I learned a lot from many people here. You know, I came from one culture that I can talk to someone in the same time I watch movie, in the same time I listen to music, and then reading. 4 or 5 activities I do in the same time. But then, like Brother Fadaldin said, talking to someone, then focus on his or her eyes in one culture is very important. Okay, then I learned to do that, because usually when someone is talking, I can do something else. Yes, I'm listening, but in my opinion, that's okay to do something else. I'm still listening, but maybe someone from different culture will see you as unrespectful person. Yeah, then you have to learn about this. At least you learn how to respect someone. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and thank you very much, dear doctor. Actually, I have few more questions, so maybe I can't ask those things due to time.
No
Uh,
problem. Yeah, yeah. Do not hesitate to contact me. Okay. My room is in IRK building number 427. I'm keen to help you. Because you know I'm also foreigner here. Difficult for foreigners, maybe in the beginning to study or to live in this university.
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Dr. Ungaran Rashid, for sharing your valuable insights on appreciation of cultural differences. Your speech has been insightful, informative, and thought-provoking. We are truly grateful for your presence here today. And thank you once again for sharing your insights with us. I believe our
You're
participants
welcome.
will greatly benefit from these sessions. So what doctor already said, if you still have any conversation, I mean any confusion regarding that particular issues, because Dr. Ungaran is someone who has the expertise on this cultural diversity, you know, he's working for this particular topic since very long time, and he's on a very expert. So if you have any ideas even later on, just share with doctor, maybe your ideas, maybe we can use these ideas to bridge the gap, cultural gap among the IM postgraduate students, not only postgraduate, but also the undergraduate students also, because in IIM there are so many undergraduate students. If you are someone who wish to stay inside the campus, mohalla, we call it hostel, but in Malaysia we call it mohalla. But in other countries we call it hostel. Even when I first came here, it was like I used to, you know, heard about this when someone study, I mean, staying in the inside the campus, they stay in the hostel. But when I came here, I found like it's they call it mohalla. So it was something like, you know, it took time to digest me. Even when I talked with my parents, even my country friends, I talked with them. I am staying in the mohalla. Then what is mohalla? So I had to explain them what is actually mohalla. Then yeah, this is something like they always follow the, you know, this practice. I mean the Islamic practice in the studies event. Even if you come to study event, if you are a student of different departments, in my country I never heard about the kulia. So here like someone asked me, which kulia are you from? I said, which kulia means? Then later on, you know, I took understand like kulia is department. So I mean that kind of thing, it's really good, really good. And one more thing that I found like in Malaysia, but in my country, I did my bachelor over there, master's over there. I found like if I call someone sir, if I call someone madam, they feel so good. Even if I call someone brother, sister, they might like think offended, like yeah, he's sir, but why I call them brother and sisters? But when I came here, I found like if you call someone sister, brother, they feel much more happier than if you call them sir or madam. So that kind of good practices actually is IUM they're doing, and this is something really good. And thank you very much once again.
Okay, I think I have to leave. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you so much
yeah,
for listening to me. Sorry if for my shortcoming. Then Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
thank you very much, Doctor. Inshallah, we'll have you with us, inshallah, in our coming events, inshallah. Okay, may I ask our another professor, Dr. Adlina is here. I think she's joining actually. Nah, it's okay. Let's
Yes,
start.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear you, Doctor. Okay, let's start the second session. Thank you very much, Doctor. Dear brothers and sisters, our second session for today is titled Conducting Postgraduate Research, Why and How. In this session, our esteemed speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Adlina Binte Haji Arifin, the Deputy Director of the Research Management Center, we call it RMC, will equip you with the necessary skills and knowledge to conduct successful research at the postgraduate level. So I think we find someone who is really expert on this particular thing, and in postgraduate mostly we are involving ourselves in the research. I mean thesis. I mean in IOM also I found very not much students, they do only for the coursework, even their masters. PhD is all about research. PhD you can't avoid it, but in masters, yeah, sometimes you have options whether you can go for mixed mode, whether we can go for fully research mode also. But even in mixed mode, but you have the dissertation, I mean the research, or there are very few opportunities you can go directly only the coursework. So that's the thing. So now it's our opportunity to get the insight from the expert, inshallah. So without a further ado, I'm honored to invite Associate Professor Dr. Adlina Binte Haji Arifin to take the virtual stage and share her expertise with us. Thank you, Doctor. From now and onwards, the session is yours. And one more reminding, so what I told earlier, even for this session also, the participant, you will have this opportunity to ask the questions. So we have particularly the Q&A session immediately after the Doctor session is finished. So if you have any questions, just maybe write down it on your note, or still you can share on the chat box, or directly you can unmute yourself and ask the question, but let the session is finished first. Thank you, Doctor. Take the floor. Doctor, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's all right. But it's echoing, but it's all right.
Okay, can you hear me?
It's echoing. I think is there any other devices you open?
Because I opened two.
Now we can't hear you, but I thought maybe there one more device. I mean, not one device.
Can you hear me now? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you, but still the echo is, we found the echo. Okay, someone suggested like, yeah, Vice or Vice President, if you open the two device, you can just lower the one device volume. Just unmute yourself, Doctor, you are still muted.
Okay, yeah. Are you okay now? Are we okay now?
Yeah, we got to go.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very, very good morning to respected students and also CPS officers who are in the meeting today. Alhamdulillah, I'm very, very honored to be invited to give this, how shall I say, some points, reminders, sharing my own experiences in terms of doing postgraduate research, and sharing, giving my insights into, I mean, if possible, on the why and the how. All right, but I think most of you would have known why you are here, or else you wouldn't have enrolled in the programs. But firstly, I would like to congratulate all of you. Okay, despite the many applications, you have been accepted to continue your studies in this wonderful garden of knowledge and virtue. All right, and we are looking forward to engage with all of you, to assist you all the way throughout your studies, inshallah. Right, so I'm currently I'm Dr. Adlina Arifin. I am the Deputy Director for Grant Management Unit at the Research Management Center. Previously, before I came to RMC, I was with CPS. So I basically know some things, okay, regarding postgraduate studies, inshallah. Yeah. So throughout my presentation, inshallah, I will also relate my own personal experiences and share with you, honest opinions and my own personal things that I do, right, throughout my journey. I can see that in the list of participants, there are quite a number of you from abroad. Yeah. I'm not so sure whether you are in your home country or whether you are in Malaysia, but wherever you are, I wish you the best, and you need to be very focused when we do our postgraduate research. Yeah. All right. So please allow me to share my screen. Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. So inshallah, for the next, I think 2 hours, I'll try not to make it into 2 hours, because I believe all of you may have some questions, some burning questions. So inshallah, I'll try to finish by 12:30 so that we can have some kind of interaction, yeah, after my talk. So inshallah, we'll be looking into this conducting postgraduate research, why and how. And I think, as I said earlier, all right, all of you would have known why you're here. But I think I would like to also share with you how the postgraduate research is actually related to the bigger kind of research that are being carried out by our researchers in the university, and how you can play a big role in helping our own researchers here in the university, yeah, who are actually among the academicians. All right, so throughout my presentation, inshallah, I will be looking at these 3 things, okay? What postgraduate research is all about, the reasons for doing research, and how to carry out a research, okay? So postgraduate research, okay, is an essential aspect of academic and professional development. Okay, look at that, academic and professional development. I believe that majority of you have this drive, okay, to develop yourself academically as well as professionally. Maybe you are in a certain profession, all right, and you want to have, for example, you want to have a DR in front of your name, right, to show people that you are a scholar in this particular area, right? So that is the kind of motivation that you have, because you want to improve yourself, right? So it's actually for academic as well as professional development. And also this research element is actually very crucial if you because it allows you to deepen your knowledge in a particular field. For example, some of you may have been working for quite some time and you are very focused in one particular field or area. Okay, so you want to be an expert in this particular area or field. All right, so you want to not actually to be known, but for self-satisfaction, you really want to know and dwell deeper into a particular problem. All right, so you want to know and you want to understand why people do the way they do. I think for me myself, okay, even though I'm already at this stage, when I listen to the news or when I read newspapers, all right, or sometimes we watch TV on news and things like that, we wonder, why do people do that? So that kind of inquisitive interest or inquisitivity, all right, will actually activate or motivate you to really want to know what's happening here. Okay, so that can be actually a very, very good I would say gap, okay, or research gap or problem statement that you can really do a proper research on it. So this is the time, because all of you here, maybe you have been given study scholarship as well as study leave to do your research. So this is the time for you to spend 2 years or 3 years of your life really doing something good, where eventually at the end of your study you can contribute to the academic and the social community. All right, because your contribution is not only for the academic realm, but also to the society, because actually what we are doing is actually, we hope that it will eventually be beneficial to the society at large, not just to any particular society. All right, so in this and again, the next one is we want to understand the reasons, all right, for conducting postgraduate research. Okay, so why do we conduct? Okay, number one is to advance knowledge, advancing knowledge. Okay, I think this knowledge advancement is very crucial. As Muslims, okay, we are all Muslims here, all right, that is like one of, just look at the first surah, okay, or the first ayah that Allah gave to all of us Muslims. Iqra, yeah? Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, right? So it's read is for what? Is to for knowledge sake. Okay, so it is for advancing knowledge. So I think as Muslims, okay, that is even more prerogative. We have a bigger responsibility, because this is a call from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to all of us to advance knowledge. Okay, so we shouldn't be sleeping around, not knowing what we're going to do with our life, when Allah has clearly given us the instructions to read and to advance ourselves in knowledge. So I think this is, you guys here are the chosen ones, all right, by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to advance this particular important task that has been put forth to all Muslims. So research enables students to explore new theories, ideas, concepts, and also develop understanding of a specific topic, okay? Like new theories, new ideas, new concepts, okay? So it is when we do research, all right, that we will be able to explore new things, new territories, sometimes things which we never thought of before. All right, I give you a very simple example. Something that happened to me since I was small. I think my first exposure to computers was in standard 4, when I was in standard 4, and that was like 10 when I was 10 years old. All right, my parents enrolled me in a computer class. All right, so and at that time there wasn't any how should I say, basically Google was not in existence at all. Okay, Google was nowhere, was unheard of. All right, at that point of time. But what I did first when I typed on the computer was I asked the computer who was the first man to land on the moon. That was my first question. Who was the first man to land on the moon? I asked the computer. And of course, I didn't get anything yet. I didn't get back any answer, because at that point of time, there was no idea of internet. There was no idea of Google or Bing or whatever research search engines. Okay, there wasn't any development in that particular area yet. But look at us now. Okay, look at us now. We can just type anything, ask anything on Google, and you will get some kind of feedback from Google, you see? So that is the kind of what I'm trying to show you, the advancement of knowledge that we have reached at this particular juncture. Okay. All right. Postgraduate research can also lead to new discoveries and innovations, which can have significant economic and social benefits. Now, brothers and sisters, when you see all these things, the big words, right? Postgraduate research lead to new discoveries and innovations. What I'm trying to indirectly inform you is never to underestimate your potential or your ideas, okay, or your inquisitiveness. Never underestimate. Never think that, oh no, I'm not good enough. Never think that, I feel small. Okay, I don't know. I'm not so sure whether this is a good thing to do. Blah blah blah. To me, I think you need to feel happy and proud of what you do. You need to be convinced of the research that you are going to do, and it's like maybe I believe all of you here are just at the beginning stage of your journey. But you know what? I think even at the beginning stage, at the starting line, I would say, all right, let's say you are in a race. Let's put ourselves in a race. Even though you're at the starting line, you should be able to feel, that finishing line that you are going to move towards. You should be able to imagine that in your mind, because that is going to be the motivation. Okay, so don't underestimate yourself, okay, because what you do now can lead to new discoveries, can lead to new innovations, which actually can be the focus of your profession, the focus of your career development for the next 10 years or 20 years of your life. You will be really be an expert in this particular field and area. Okay, so never underestimate yourself. I think that is very, very important. Okay, research allows us to expand our understanding of the world around us and develop new theories, ideas, and concepts. Okay, understand the world around us. Understand the world around us. I think, pardon me for saying this, but I think some students, when they come and meet, I also have my own supervisees. Yeah, I have my master and PhD supervisees. Some of them, when they come to me, they say that, doctor, I don't know what research that I'm going to do. I'm lost, that kind of thing. To me, it's very simple. When you say that you don't know what you're going to do, that means you haven't actually understood the things or the problems of the society around you. You have not read enough. You have not exposed enough to the problems in the community, in your community, because you come from different parts of the world. And of course, there are some shared problems, but there are also very crucial, unique problems that are actually faced by certain communities in different parts of the world. And since you are from that part of the world, you should be, you should have that motivation to understand that problem and try to solve it. Okay, and I think that is very important, understanding the world around us, so that we can also, when we understand the world around us, we also understand the problems that people are facing, and then we can suggest, okay, we can suggest new ways, new ideas, all right, in overcoming these problems and challenges in the society. Okay, next one is solving problems, as I mentioned. Okay, help us to identify and address problems in various fields such as healthcare, economics, environment, and technology. And when we talk about research now, I believe all of you are very well aware of the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, these goals are actually set by the United Nations, to ensure that when we do something, we know that, for example, if I am doing a particular research, I know that my aim is to improve the society in terms of, for example, reducing poverty in certain parts of the world. So I can clearly, I myself as a researcher will have a clear vision in terms of, at the end of the day, once I finish this research, I can be happy to say that my research has been able to reduce the poverty in a certain part of the world, etc., etc. Okay, so I think it's also important for you to, in terms of trying to find out the focus of your research, at the same time going into these SDGs, so that you yourself are clear in terms of, yeah, this is what I'm going to do. And you will feel so motivated. All right. Okay. Next is developing new products and services. Okay. So research can lead to the development of new products, services, technologies, which can have significant economic and social benefits. Okay. I think, this is something that maybe I shouldn't have mentioned, because this is so obvious. This is just an obvious fact that research has led to the development of new products and services. Now, can I ask one or two of you to share with us, what are the technologies that we use now, the new technologies or the new products that you know of, and something that we are aware of? Anyone? Hello?
AI, artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much. AI, very true. AI. And talking about AI, all right, just to share with you something, I'm very sure all of you have heard or maybe have used ChatGPT.
Yes, true.
Right. So that is a kind of innovation. Okay, that is one innovation that uses artificial intelligence. Okay, this is really near to me, because just yesterday I attended a workshop to understand what ChatGPT is all about, and to be honest with you, ChatGPT as that needs a different discussion. But as although there are a lot of pros, there are also a lot of cons, okay, especially coming from the academia, right? So, but then again, my point is this: we have a lot of technologies which are actually very beneficial. They are beneficial, but at the same time, as Muslims, because we are all Muslim scholars and we are all Muslim researchers, okay, we cannot run away from the ethics of doing research. I think this is very, very important. Okay, as much as we want to help society and the community around us, we also need to be accountable and to be able to say that this product is ethical. It's ethical, all right? I think that is very important. So AI is one thing. And a very simple example I want to give you is this. Okay, anyone, what is this? Have you seen this before? Anyone?
Sun clock.
Sun clock, yep. Thank you very much. Okay, this is actually sun clock, but it's actually in the form of compass. This is compass, okay? So this is compass, and what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to point to you is this, in terms of navigation. Okay, let's look at innovation in the navigation technology. Okay, previously we used compass, and this is the kind of gadget that previous sailors or travelers. Okay, this is the kind of thing that they use. All right, but what do we use now? if we want to travel?
Maps.
Google Maps.
Google Maps. What else?
Ways.
Thank you very much. Yes.
No.
Okay. We are so dependent on Waze. We are so dependent on Waze now. No more. Any one of you going around KL, going somewhere using compass?
No.
Okay, I mean, if you do, I really salute you, because I myself, I have no knowledge of compass, okay? But look at Waze. Okay, we use Waze a lot. We use Google Map a lot, okay? In our everyday life. And brothers and sisters, these things are innovations, okay? One is an old innovation. The compass was an innovation at that point of time, and it was so crucial, okay, hundreds of years ago. But eventually, as we all are aware, technologies advance very fast. So now we have a different innovation, and this is Waze. In the future, wallahu a'lam, maybe there will be some other unimaginable apps, or I don't know what else. Maybe there might be even a different term used later on, yeah? All right, for navigation. So brothers and sisters, these two are just two simple examples to show you the importance of research. The importance of research that leads to innovation. Please understand that the people who came up with these gadgets or application or whatnot, they worked hard. That is something we have to learn, okay? You know, sometimes when we are so engrossed being users of applications, users of softwares, we fail to see the hardship of those people who struggled to produce that particular thing. All right, the sleepless nights, the stress level, okay, maybe health repercussions that they had to go through in order to come up with something good for the society. It's all through sweat and tears, but maybe because we are more of the consumers, so we fail to appreciate that. But what I'm trying to tell you is these things would not have been possible if those people hadn't put in hundreds of hours in coming up with this thing. It's not an easy thing, brothers and sisters. Okay, so that is why what I'm trying to tell you is never ever underestimate your capability in coming up with, you know, a genuinely extremely beneficial innovation to the community. I think that's very important. Okay, right. Improving policies and practices, okay, because this one is more of like innovation, you know, something that you can touch, something that you can use, something that you can download from Play Store and Google Store and whatever stores on earth. All right, but there are also where, you know, things that you do, research that you do, which will help to improve policies and practices. All right, policies and practices, and where you can give good recommendations to policymakers and practitioners, okay, in order to what? To help the society. Okay, I can give you one example of my own research, which I did 2 years back. 2 years back, in terms of looking into depression, the use of social media to elevate depression among working mothers working from home. Okay, so I was looking into that. All right, and we did interviews. We did yeah, it's like a nationwide kind of thing. Okay, we did a survey of about 500 people, and then we went on to do interviews. We interviewed about 30 of them, all right, to really understand the issue. And then we came up with suggestions to the government, okay, because the fund actually came from a branch of the a government subsidiary, okay. So we, at the end of the day, we gave some recommendations, okay. I wouldn't say those are policies, but I would say more of like suggestions in terms of, you know, the kind of practices okay, changing in the practices, in the how things are being implemented and things like that. So that is the kind of contribution that you want to do. Okay, because you know that for me at that time, I think the main motivation then was that I'm aware of my friends and my colleagues and my siblings, all right, who were actually struggling a lot during COVID-19, all right, especially women, because we handle a lot of responsibilities, all right. We worked from home, we look after the kids couldn't go to school, etc., etc. So I wanted to do something to help them, all right. And that was when I set up my team and I said, let's go for this. Let's help these people. All right, let's give good suggestions to the government so that at least, these people's problems can be elevated to a certain extent. We wouldn't say that it will, totally eliminate the issue or the problems, but at least there is a way for these people to express themselves, at least, So that's the kind of thing that is why I'm saying your research is very crucial. And to be honest with you, for this particular research, I brought in my own PhD supervisee together in this particular research. Okay, right. So that's important. Enhancing education, of course, to enhance education. It is essential for advancement of education and to provide strong foundation for teaching and learning. Okay, like some of you, I'm very sure that you're very motivated. Maybe you come from the education line. You are staff of different universities in different parts of the world, so you can see some problems in the classroom, or you want to improve. Okay, the education system. Not education system, it's very important. It's very difficult to improve a system, but you can improve the certain procedures, okay, or certain implementation of certain things within your country. I think that's very important. Okay, even for me, I wrote articles. I wrote articles on this issue of Bahasa Melayu and English language within the Malaysian context. Okay, because I have my own concerns about about the implementation of last time, when science and maths were taught in English only, and I think that was really, really. I mean, even though I'm an English lecturer, I'm in linguistics actually, I felt very strongly about that topic because I have my own concerns. So I wrote to I did some small research, and I wrote a paper and published it. Okay, so that is another thing. Okay, when you do research, you help the community, and at the same time, you share that knowledge. I think that is another thing that's lacking in our system, right? Many people, they just, their writing ended at the thesis level. That's it. You don't share it with the society. Okay, but to me, that is wrong. Okay, you should publish it, and then you should let your students read what you have written. Okay, and that is when you can get some debate going on, and that will lead to advancement of education, because we want to debate in the classroom with the students, because maybe they have better ideas. Wallahu alam. Okay, so that is one thing. Enhancing education, not only for you as the researcher, advancing your own education level, but also for the benefit of your students. Because for me, for example, for me, when I do my research and all that, I will always, in my class, I will always inform my students, okay, I'm currently doing this research in this particular thing, blah, blah, blah. And they will be like, oh, okay. So they could see, a different perspective. They could have a different perspective. They could see the relevance of it, that, oh, there are a lot more things and more exciting things that could happen from what we're doing now. Education is not boring. Of course, it's not boring. Education is never boring. Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, another one is personal and professional development, as I mentioned to you earlier. All right, can help individuals to develop critical thinking. I think that is very important. If you're when you are doing your master's, postgraduate research, you should be critical, you should be analytical, and you should have these problem-solving skills. Okay, critical, analytical, and also you need to have problem-solving skills. Okay, what I mean is that later on when you are doing your thesis, right? You have to read a lot of articles. You have to read tons of articles for especially to prepare your literature review. Yeah, you need to be critical in terms of what you think, in terms of what you read. Sorry, in terms of what you are reading. You need to be analytical, and you got to be critical. In other words, you shouldn't just simply believe what you read. I repeat, you shouldn't just simply believe what you read. Because from my experience again, when you read certain articles, you will find flaws in the research that had been done, in the research that is being shared in the article. You can find flaws in it. And you can question the researcher. How could he get this result when what he did was just this? That is being critical. That is when you are actually being critical of the articles, of the things that you read. And I think we need to have that level of criticality when we read. We shouldn't be believing everything that we read. We should always question. I think that this questioning skill, I'm sorry to say, but I'm sorry, but sometimes I find it lacking among students. I don't know why. Maybe even in my classes, okay. Sometimes students they are very difficult to ask me questions. I don't understand why. And yet, what we should do actually is to have more healthy debates in the academia. We should have healthy debates, okay, in the academia. I think that's very important. Okay. Contribution to society, of course, as I mentioned to you, all right? So from the research that we have done, okay, inshallah, we will be able to address significant social and economic challenges. I think very important there, okay? Social and economic challenges. Research can inform policy decisions, improve practices and procedures, and enhance the quality of life. I think that's very important. Enhance the quality of life, not only for any particular individuals, but also the communities. So it depends on which community that you are doing the research for. Okay. And of course, eventually, this is what we are trying to achieve, contribute to the betterment of the society. Okay. Like I think the tagline for the university, for IIM itself, is leading the way and rahmatan lil alamin. Rahmatan lil alamin. So what we do is actually, to help the world. That should be the aim. Every time we think of a research that we want to do, how will this be beneficial to the people, to the society? Okay, I think that's very, very important. And forget about, I'm sorry to say this, but some of you may be thinking, oh, after I get my DR, I will get promoted and all that. That is secondary. To me, that is secondary. If you have the right attitude, if you do things to for the benefit of the society, to gain the pleasure of Allah and all those things, the worldly stuff, your promotion, your whatever, will come along the way, but that should not be your main aim in life. You get what I'm saying here? If you do things that will improve yourself, that will serve the community, that will serve the society, the money, the promotion, the whatever else will tag along, but they should not be the main inspiration for you to do research. Okay, if you work hard if we do our job, if we do our research lillahi ta'ala, for the benefit of the people, we gain the blessings of Allah, and I think that is the most important thing. But the promotion and all that, they will come, and Allah says they will come, but that is just secondary. To me, that is just secondary. Okay, so you need to be clear of your niyyah. Yeah. Okay. Research can have significant social and economic impacts, including contributing to the development of new knowledge, improving quality of life for individuals and communities, and addressing societal challenges. Okay, social and economic impacts. Okay, talking about social and economic impacts, I just want to share with you. I have seen a lot of innovations. That have come my way. One example is like a certain innovation done for if I'm not mistaken, this innovation on like for example, we have in UIA we have flagship projects. We have flagship projects, for example, breeding patin fish. If some of you come from Malaysia, in Pahang, we have our researchers doing research on patin. Patin is a kind of fish, all right? So it's like breeding, procedures in terms of breeding the patin, all right? Where eventually it can help the community, because we are actually teaching the village folk on the breeding process, on, it's like farming, farming, breeding these fishes. For the benefit of the society, not selling to them, but they become the sellers, so that it can have, it can help them economically, all right? They can be economically independent. So that's what I mean, So that is why when you do a research, you must also have a clear target in your mind. Which community will benefit this? Which community? Okay. Okay, so after understanding, okay, the reasons, the how, the why, the why of doing postgraduate research, let us now look at how you could do it. You could carry out this research, and also how you can play a role in the research that are actually being done by the researchers or by the academicians in the university. Okay, I'm trying to relate that. Okay, because at the moment, I see you as just PG students, but eventually, whether you like it or not, you have to be attached to academicians, because you're going to have supervisors. So what kind of relationship, what kind of involvement can you make in the research endeavors of your supervisors? Okay, all right. Okay, first, we look at the research process. Okay. Okay, this one is something which is, I think all of you would have known. Okay, the normal things. The normal things. You have to identify research question or problem. All right. I'm not really going to go deeper into each stage of the research process, because that one you will definitely need to sit down and have a really good discussion with your potential supervisors. Okay, but roughly, all right, when we talk about research, all right, of course, you always need to start a research with a problem. You need to start a research with a problem. You need to have the research question or the problem, the problem, like, okay, why are people behaving this way, and blah, 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 blah. Okay, why is it that currently, suddenly, people are talking so much about mental health issues, all right, etc., etc., those kind of things. Okay, so that is that you need to sort of start to question. You have to question a lot. Why are students using ChatGPT now to write the assignments? Okay, that is the question that is bugging me now, for example. Okay, right. Number two, you have to conduct literature review. Okay, so when you have a problem in mind, you have to read the literature and see. And of course, when you read literature, always start with the latest article in the problem, okay, or in the area that you are going to investigate. You have to read the latest, because when you read the latest, then only you know where does it stop? Currently, where does it stop? Okay, and from there, you can sort of imagine, okay, so it stops here. So I'm going to pick up from here and move on to what? Okay, so you have to, that is why for literature review, you are supposed to review a lot more of the current articles, okay, or current reading materials, okay. Select a research methodology, okay, yes, selecting research method, and I cannot highlight the importance of research methodology. Brothers and sisters, if you do not have any skills on research methodology, I would highly recommend you to go and really equip yourselves, yeah, with the right with the right and the sufficient research methodology skills that are required, okay, to embark on your study. All right. For example, all right, the least you should have knowledge of is the difference between quantitative research and qualitative research, because these two are different paradigms and they require different types of data collection methods. Okay, now if I tell you, if I am asking you now, if I tell you I used interview, I mentioned just now, I used interview in my research. What was that? Which paradigm is that? Interview, is it quantitative or qualitative?
Qualitative.
Thank you very much. It's qualitative. Okay, interview is qualitative. So because you need to understand the differences between quanti and quali, that's number one. And then the different types of data collection methods, and also the correct way to analyze these data. You have to understand that they are all parallel. They are all parallel, meaning to say which paradigm, what type of data collection methods, as well as the analysis. What kind of analysis are you going to use? Now, some of you may even use mixed method. Now that's even worse. No, I'm sorry. That's not even worse. It's good for your research, but the expectation is greater on you because you need to know both. You need to know the quantitative paradigm. You need to know the qualitative paradigm. Okay, and not only that, you have to know the intricacy of the data analysis. Data analysis software that you're using.
Morning.
Somebody is answering a call. Can you mute yourself? Thank you. All right. So, so that research, this is very important, yeah, brothers and sisters, okay? Identifying a problem is one thing, but your biggest problem, brothers and sisters, is your research methodology. Because why I'm saying that, I'm also thesis examiner. I am also a thesis examiner for PhD thesis as well as for master's thesis. I noticed one thing, yeah. In terms of your thesis or your research, okay, to me, the biggest or the most fundamental aspect of your research is your research methodology. Not your, what I'm trying to say is not chapter 1, not chapter 2, literature review, but chapter 3, your research methodology. You must really be very clear in terms of research methodology, because if you use wrong instrument, wrong data collection method, wrong, that's it. Your house, you will collapse, because research methodology is the foundation of your thesis. Once that foundation is broken, that's it. You will fail the whole thing. So that is why you need to equip yourself with the necessary skills in doing this. And brothers and sisters, just now I mentioned to you, you have to know the paradigm and all those things. Believe me, your supervisors will not be able to teach you. Trust me, your supervisors will not have the time to guide you in terms of, oh, this is quantitative, this is qualitative, blah, blah, blah. No, that this one, this seeking of knowledge that I mentioned earlier, yeah? All right, that one must come on your own. It must be in your own effort, okay, to learn quantitative or qualitative. You yourself need to do that. It doesn't matter, you want to go for, nowadays we have, what is it, micro credentials, right? We have a lot of platforms that have micro credential programs. For example, like I do attend Future Learn, okay, online learning, okay, because I myself, I know I lack certain things, so I always want to improve myself, so I pay a little bit to learn certain things, okay, for a short duration, about 8 weeks, okay, but at least I understand. So these are, it requires your own effort. You cannot just depend on what your kuliah has prepared for you, the kind of program they prepared for you. I know each kuliah will have its own research methodology course, but sometimes, you know, you're like, there are certain things that you still don't understand, and even then the lecturers who are teaching these courses, they will just focus on the things that they're good at, whereas maybe what they're good at is not what you need. You need something else. So that is why the gap, you need to find it on your own. You need to have that independence, because people, brothers and sisters, postgraduate students are people who can think on their own. They can be independent in coming up with their own decision. You should not be dictated. You should be telling people, this is what I'm going to do and this is how I'm going to do it. But you need to show that you are knowledgeable enough to do it. So you need to ask yourself, okay, what are the things I require? What are the research skills that I need? Or maybe sometimes you need to learn of new research tools. For example, like qualitative, you know, you may want to use NVivo if you're familiar with it, you know, to analyze your data, or you maybe want to use Atlas TI, all right? And then for quantitative, maybe you want to have SPSS, Wallahu Alam. And some, for me, right now, I'm looking into corpus linguistics. So I have to learn the corpus, even though I've done my PhD, okay? When I did my PhD, I didn't use corpus at all, but now I'm learning something. So it requires your own effort, okay? So brothers and sisters, I'm really highlighting to you, you better make sure that you have good research methodology skills and knowledge. You have to know what you're doing, okay? You have to be clear of your research questions, and you have to be clear on how you are going to answer those research questions and what are the kind of systematic methods that you're going to use. That's very important. Okay, then of course you collect the data and you analyze the data. Again, I mentioned to you, you have to know what kind of software that you're going to use to analyze the data. Are you going to use any kind of software? Or maybe you don't need to use the software. Wallahu a'lam, only you can answer. Okay, last, of course, interpreting and presenting the results, and also drawing conclusions and making recommendations. Okay, so basically the important steps, these are the 6 important steps. Okay, but to me, as an evaluator or as an assessor for thesis, PhD thesis and master thesis, you know, when I examine them, and also for evaluator for grant proposals, I think the most important part is your research method. You know, because sometimes you have a legit problem statement, but then your research method doesn't fulfill, you know, what you wish to get in that research. So, or maybe you don't have knowledge, you don't have enough knowledge in that methodology, you know. And sometimes we identify this during viva session for PhD students. You have viva sessions, so examiners will ask you questions, and sometimes we can see students, they fumble because maybe they were not the one who did that research. They ask somebody else to do it. They just take the results and they present. That is very bad, because experienced examiners will be able to see that. They will be able to say that you did not do this research. You got somebody else to do this research. So you'll be in big trouble if that happens. Okay, all right. Now, the last one, the most important thing among all this, these are just the simple research process, okay, that you may have done during your masters. But to me, another thing that you should not forget is this: choose a suitable and good supervisor. Brothers and sisters, I cannot impress the importance of this more. Okay, this is a very, very important advice. Choose a suitable and good supervisor. Okay, somebody who is actually willing to help you, to assist you, but not to do your work. That is something you must remember. I don't correct my students' sentence structures, okay? For example, but if let's say my student come to me and say, doctor, you know, I want to do this, we discuss things, and then I will give my suggestions. And then sometimes what I do is, when I come across suitable, relatable articles pertaining to that particular scope of study that she or he wanted to do, I will always share those things. Read this, read this, read this, read this, read this. That's what I normally do. All right. And then you need to really find a, you know, someone whom you're comfortable with, basically. All right. Because brothers and sisters, you're going to not live, but you're going to have this relationship for the next 2 to 3 years of your studies here. So you better find someone whom you can relate to, who would be able to guide you along the way. Guide, okay? Guide you, advise you, give good advice, give correct and good advice. Okay. Next. Okay. Now, the relationship between the supervisor and supervisee is linked to the relationship between the principal researcher and the GRA. Okay, now I'm going into connecting what you do and also informing you how you can, the role that you can play in your supervisor's research endeavor. Okay, now, on the part, first, I'm going to tell you on the part of a researcher here. Okay, I am a researcher here. I am as an academic and as an academician in UIA, I am also a researcher. Okay, so so let's say, for example, I have this idea of okay, maybe I can share with you an experience I had during my previous grant competition. I had this idea of a research, so I wrote the proposal and all that, and then so of course, to do that particular research for the grant, okay, I need to have a student to help me, to assist me. Okay, so coincidentally, alhamdulillah, all right, it was really a perfect timing. A student came to me. She wanted to do her master's with me, alhamdulillah. So I told her, okay, fine. And I told her, I asked her, do you have any idea what you want to do? So she said that, I'm not so sure. I'm not really clear of what I wanted to do, but I am good in this particular research skill, research method skill. I'm good in this, 1, 2, 3. So then I relate to what I have written, the proposal that I have written for the grant. And I said, oh yeah, your skill is suitable for my grant. So then I shared what I'm planning to do with her. So she was like, oh, okay. Then based on that discussion, all right, what happened was she wrote her own proposal. She wrote her own proposal for her master's thesis, okay, which is like a quarter of what I wanted to do for my grant. Okay, a quarter of what I wanted to do for my grant. So with that, I was able to appoint her as for the grant as my GRA. GRA means graduate research assistant. Because she's a master student, so she is a graduate research assistant. So she was my research assistant throughout that period that I was holding the grant. So that is when I say this is what I mean by that relationship. Okay, so I appointed her as my supervisee, number one. Then at the same time, I also appointed her as my graduate research assistant. So like there are two relationships going on at the same time with the same people, with the same person. Okay. So, and again, okay, this is very important. This kind of relationship is very important. You have to ensure that both relationships are, both of you are in good terms in both relationships. What I mean is, your relationship with her as your supervisee and your relationship with her as the graduate assistant, they are good. Both of you are in good terms. Because you see, brothers and sisters, you might not be able to understand what I'm saying now that much, but later on when you have met your own supervisor, okay, and when your supervisor said that, I'm going for this grant, okay, would you like to join me in this then only you will see this kind of relationship coming into the picture, and you will find that, oh, I am a supervisee of this professor and I'm also the graduate research assistant for this professor. So you will find that you are in this, I don't know, triangle kind of relationship or whatever. But the thing is, both of you must be on good terms all the time. Okay, you know why I am stressing this factor very much? Because I have seen cases where there was this one researcher. He had this student A as GRA. Okay. And also she had student A as the supervisee. The problem was, the problem started in the relationship between supervisee. They were not on good terms. They were always quarreling. Okay, the students were so, I don't know, okay, they just didn't work. That relationship, that so-called, sorry to use this word, but that marriage didn't work as the supervisor and supervisee. It didn't work. Because of that, what happened was, the supervisee, okay, wrote to the kuliah to ask for a different supervisee. A different supervisor. Okay, but then the problem is the research that is being done by the supervisee is actually the research that this researcher is doing for the grant. Meaning to say, because she is also the student for as the graduate research assistant, she's being paid, but she has changed to a different supervisor. So that's the problem. So when this thing starts to crack, what happened was, eventually that researcher was not able to complete the grant. So the grant failed. And the researcher actually lost the supervisee to another staff. So the supervisee went to another staff. But to me, what was very unethical of the supervisee was actually to run away to another academician, bringing all the data that had been gathered during this relationship with this supervisor, which is very unethical. Because in the first place, the person was paid by the researcher to do the research. So if you want to leave this researcher, you need to return everything regarding the study to the researcher. Then you leave and you go to a different person. So it's a very complicated kind of relationship. So that is why I want you to be careful. I want you to ensure that at the beginning of your journey, you choose, someone who is good, who is able to help you, and you have the same, not the same mindset, but you are on the same wavelength. You can communicate with this person. If let's say that the first time you meet your supervisor, you already sense that, oh no, I think our relationship will be a turbulent one, don't get on that flight. Change the flight. If you know that the journey is going to be a turbulent one. Okay, so that's my sincere advice to all of you, because I've seen quite a few cases in the university. When one relationship didn't work, the whole thing didn't work. Okay. Okay. So postgraduate students can be appointed as GRA, Graduate Research Assistant, all right, especially for the Ministry of Higher Education grants, okay, and or as research assistant. So research assistant for any grants other than the ministry grants, okay, and there are payments, okay. So because I am aware that some of you, you know, you maybe you didn't get any kind of sponsorship, scholarship, whatever, right? So so this can help you actually. This can help you if your supervisor is going for a certain grant at that particular time. Okay, so if you're really good, to me, I do offer you know, RA-ship to my supervisees, yeah, but I will make sure I choose the good ones. Okay, what do I mean by good? They're not lazy, all right. They have the knowledge of certain, for example, interview skills and then analytical skills. They're good. Because you see, you must understand this, brothers and sisters. When we want to appoint students as our research assistant, we don't want someone who will just like, you know, how shall I say, someone whom we cannot trust, someone who is irresponsible. I mean, if you were in my shoes, I don't think you will do the same thing as well. Why would you choose a lazy student compared to someone who is very responsible, very trustworthy, very hardworking? Of course, you go for the hardworking ones. So what I'm trying to say is you have all these opportunities, okay, being research assistant, being paid for the job that you will be doing for your research, for the lecturers. But before they ask for your help, you need to prove yourself worthy of joining that research team and contributing to that team. Okay, you need to show that you are skillful. Okay, responsibilities of GRA and RA. Okay, assist in, okay, normally, okay, the normal job that is required of being a GRA or RA would be conduct the research. Okay, meaning conduct research means, okay, sometimes you will be asked to get articles on the literature review, okay, and then maybe you summarize the article, find the key points in that particular article, okay. So that's what it means, okay. And then gather information, could be survey. Normally when we nowadays it's getting easier to disseminate surveys because we can just use WhatsApp, okay. Last time when I was doing this during the MCO and all that, I just blast through the WhatsApp, okay. But now you can also use Facebook and all other social media channels, okay. So gathering info, so surveys, all right. And then collecting data, for example, like what I did with my students. I asked them to, I trained them on interview skill, okay. We have a training session, make them understand what is it all about, give them the potential questions that they can ask, and then I allocate the responsibilities, okay. Composing lead review, managing research equipment. Okay, this one is for those who are doing experiments in the labs. Okay, you are required to assist the researchers or the principal researchers, principal researchers and the academicians in terms of how to manage the equipment. So you have to learn. Okay, because these equipments, okay, brothers and sisters, how do researchers get equipments here? This one, equipment for the labs. It's through the research grants. That is why our academicians have to go for grants. We actually, some of us, we pitch for the grants. We, you know, it's a different ball game altogether. Yeah, you really need to be very persuasive and show that, you know, this research is worthy of doing and very important for the world or for the society. And in there, we request for purchase of equipment. Okay, so that's where your lecturers, okay, this is how they get the equipments, okay, through the research grants. So once they get the equipment, you as the postgraduate student, you must use the equipment carefully, okay, listen to the researcher or the principal researcher in terms of how to manage this thing, how to make sure that, you know, the equipment doesn't break down. For example, your research is for 3 years. Let's say the second year, this new equipment has broken down. That's it, man. I mean, you know, the cost of repairing and all those things, it will delay your study, okay? So that's why you need to be very careful, okay, when you are using equipment. Okay, ensure confidentiality of the information gathered during the conduct of the research project. Okay, confidentiality of the information. Brothers and sisters, when we do research, especially, you know, when we are dealing with humans, there's a lot of confidential matters that should be made known only to you, the researcher, and Allah. That's it. Do not tell the whole world. Okay, do not feel that, you know, for example, sometimes we interview people of you know, which has certain cases, you know, very well known, you know, you cannot just share that interview session video, put it on Facebook or YouTube and share it with the world. That is very unethical. That is very unethical. I think another thing I want to stress here is the importance of being ethical in doing research. We need to be ethical. Okay, you need to learn. For example, when you distribute the survey, there are certain clauses that you need to put there that states that, you know, things will be kept confidential, you know, to gain the trust from the respondents to give their feedback to you. Okay, so you need to keep that trust. You need to ensure, guarantee the confidentiality of the information that they have shared with you, because if they don't trust you, they wouldn't have said to you what they said. Because when they reply to you, when they share their thoughts with you, they are doing that based on honest and trust. Two very important fundamental values. But if you tarnish that trust, they will never trust you again. Okay, or maybe sometimes you can be sued in court. Or if they make the report, okay, if they make the report, you will get disciplinary action taken against you, okay, for spreading this kind of very delicate information. Okay, so brothers and sisters, and furthermore, when you are appointed as a research assistant, there are certain legal documents that you need to sign. Okay, so you need to be very careful of that. Okay, so these are some ethics, huh? Okay, so now we talk about graduate research assistant. What is it? What is it? Okay, this is something that I want you to be aware of. Okay, so according to the guidelines on appointment of GRA 2018, okay, GRA, graduate research assistant, refers to a local or international student who is enrolled in the university postgraduate degree programs, full-time or part-time, on active status. Okay, active, not terminated. Okay, not financially suspended. What else? Okay, he or she is officially appointed to assist in a specific research project as determined by the principal researcher, which includes conduct research, gather information, collect data, compose literature review, and manage research equipment. Okay, so this is in our regulation, UIA regulation. Okay, that's GRA. So what's the difference between GRA and RA? Okay, here's some differences that you might want to know. As I mentioned to you, GRA is for ministry, Ministry of Higher Education grants. Okay. Okay, so for GRA, okay, GRA, all right, postgraduate student, master, PhD. Okay, so this refers to all of you. Okay, all of you here, master and PhD, can be appointed, or SGRA for any of the ministry's grants, appointed throughout the duration of the project, because you are considered as the output of the project. Okay, in our grant proposal, we need to mention an output. Okay, output meaning something that we promised after we complete the research. So that output is you, one master student or two master students or one PhD student. Okay, it's up to us what we want to write there. But this is for human resource. Okay, output. Yeah? Okay, and this is what I mean here. You get salary and wages. Okay, where the amount is for master student maximum of 2,000, PhD student maximum of 2,500. Okay, so, but of course, I want to highlight here that, you know, when I say that master student will get 2,000, PhD student will get 2,005, I mean, I don't want you to go to your researcher and say, hey, Dr. Adlina, the other day when she gave the talk, she said, I should get 2,005. This is maximum, brothers and sisters. Okay, because there are some researchers who, you know, they, for example, yeah, this is the first time you are working with the researcher. So the researcher may feel that, oh, I'm not so sure whether he or she is capable of this, you know, like, you know, 50-50, that kind of thing. So maybe the first 3 months, they will just pay you 1,000, for example. That is possible, brothers and sisters. So they give you less first because they want to see how you progress. Okay, how do you deliver? Do you deliver or don't you deliver? If you don't deliver, then they may change to a different person. Okay, so that is why what I'm trying to tell you is that you must always ensure that you prove that you are worthy of being in that team, in that research team. Okay, and work hard on it. Because when you are working hard for the grant, you are also working hard for your thesis. Because the grant and your thesis cannot be two different things. They are of the same thing. It's just that maybe your thesis, okay, your thesis might be a smaller scale from the bigger grant. Okay, so you are still working on your thesis. Okay, and your output will also be the output for the grant. So you are equally accountable actually. Okay, as a GRA, I'm talking here as a GRA, Graduate Research Assistant. Okay, next. Okay, now for RA. RA, it could be postgraduate student, master and PhD, RA. And also, I forgot here, I can also put here UG, undergraduate. Okay, undergraduate can also be RA. Okay, and then appointed for short duration and for specific tasks. For specific tasks. Okay, for example, I give an example. During my research, I appointed like about 10 UG students as RA, research assistant. Okay, with specific tasks. With specific tasks. The task was for them to interview certain people and also to transcribe the interview scripts. And for that, I pay them certain amount. And that's it. Once they have completed that, that's it. Enough. Okay, so that was what I did. Okay, and that one is for RA, research assistant. So research assistant, you can be research assistant for any grants. For any grants, no problem. Okay, whether it is from ministry or from any other grants, you can be research assistant. Okay, so which means that, yeah, that is why I am encouraging you to have good rapport, good communication, beradab, yeah. You know, when you talk to with any lecturers, not just your supervisor. We don't want students who are just good and kind to their supervisors, but the rest of the academicians, you know, they are not bothered. No, you cannot do that. Be kind to them, be nice to everybody around you, yeah, because your rizq, you don't know where it will come from. Okay, because I have had students whom like I don't know them, but they were actually you know, when academicians, we have our own network, right? So sometimes I will say, hey, dear doctor, blah, blah, I am in need of about 10 RAs. Can you suggest a few from your field, from your department? So she will have like, she will have her own group of students who are very close and good to her. So she will recommend that to me. So that's how we work. Okay, so that is why I am encouraging you to have good communication, good rapport with everybody around you. Okay, because then suddenly you do this simple task and then you get paid, about 1,000, and it's like, wow. Okay, so be good to everyone. That's my simple advice to all of you, because you can never know your rizqi will come from unexpected sources, inshallah. Okay, so this is an infographic on a graduate research assistant. Okay, so number one, okay, in terms of eligibility, who are those eligible? Okay, for GRA, for this one is for ministry's grant. Eligible would be Malaysian international MA PhD student on active status. Okay, so the supervisor, principal investigator, okay, or co-researcher. So it means that your supervisor shall be the principal investigator or also the co-researcher for that particular grant. Okay, and if you are appointed as a GRA, you can be appointed as a GRA. Yeah? Okay, and then mode of study of the student, research mode, thesis must be related to the research project. Okay, application, it can be done through RMSB2. This is our system in the RMC. Duration, minimum duration 12 months. So that means your appointment can go up to 3 years, okay, depending on the budget that has been apportioned by your supervisor. But the minimum is 12 months. Okay. Allowance, okay, for MA, as I mentioned just now, maximum of 2,000, PhD maximum of 2,005, allocation, or this is for us, allocation vote, blah, 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 this is for our knowledge. And then appointment is contract and extension appointment is allowed if the project is still in active status. Okay. All right. So common questions that we normally receive from students. All right. Can I be appointed as a GRA for a few projects at one time? GRA, Graduate Research Assistant, for a few projects at one time. What do you guys think? Come on. Can you be a graduate research assistant for a few projects? Meaning to say, for example, let's say you are a PhD holder, a PhD student. So maximum is 2,005. So if let's say you join 3 projects, you get what? 5,000, 7,500 per month. Can that happen? Anyone?
No, cannot.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, brother. Yes, you cannot. Okay. You can be a GRA only for one project at one time. One project. Okay. Because I don't want any of you to get the idea that, oh, wow, I can be rich. I can make this into, into some kind of a career, right? GRAs for a few projects. No. And we have a system we can detect. Okay, number 2, can I be appointed as a RA for a few projects at one time? RA.
It could be. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, you can. RA. RA is okay. RA is okay because RA, as I mentioned to you, is only for short duration. For example, let's say I appoint this particular student as my RA for 3 months to do the interview, to do the transcription, and then come back to me. So 3 months. So let's say she feels that, oh, I don't need that much time. 3 months is too long. Maybe I can finish it within a month. So because of that, she let's say she gets another offer from another researcher to do something else, also for a short duration. So she can take. It depends on you, okay, how you manage your time and whether you can take the stress or not in doing those things. So it's up to you. RA is okay, no problem. Yeah. Number 3, can a GRA be appointed beyond the expiry date of the grant? What do you think, logically speaking?
No,
The
you
grant has
can't.
already expired. Sorry?
You cannot do that.
Thank you very much. Yes, cannot. Okay. So once the grant expired, meaning to say, let's say by December 2022, okay, the grant has already closed. Okay, so no more appointment shall be approved of GRA. Yeah. Okay, so that one is actually for researchers, not for you, but it's good for you to know as well. Okay. All right. Next, information on the vacancy. Okay, so where do you get information, in this university? Alamak, where this is very good opportunity, it can help me. So where can I get the information on the vacancy for GRAs? Okay, so number one channel is through your supervisor, of course. Yeah, if your supervisor is going for certain grants. Okay, another way is you can visit RMC website, okay, and try to look for GRA job opportunity here. Okay, and normally we will, because we mentioned to our researchers, if you have any job vacancies for GRAs, okay, please share with us, and we will put up on our website so that, we get like, it becomes a one-stop center for information on vacancy for postgraduate students, okay? So you can visit this site, yeah? And of course, you can also contact the kuliah, the Office of Deputy Dean PG Studies, okay, to get more information. Yeah, because this office will have the information on researchers in the kuliah who have secured certain grants. All right. Okay. So in conclusion, all right, what I can say is, okay, start your research endeavor with the right niyyah and attitude. I think this is very, very important. I just want to recap what I mentioned earlier. Yeah. Okay. You need to make sure that your niyyah. Okay. What is your niyyah? Promotion? Money? Glamour? Fame? You want what? Okay. To me, I think the most important thing is put in your mind and in your heart that you want to do something for the benefit of the people, of the ummah. I think that's very important. Because your niyyah will set your attitude. Your niyyah will ensure that you will be always motivated. Okay, so just to remind of you, all of you on this verse, yeah, the reward of deeds depends upon the intentions, and every person will get the reward according to what he has intended. I think all of us are very familiar with this phrase, yeah, with this Prophet ﷺ, the sunnah, yeah, right? Okay, so what is it? Oh yeah, and I think this is very, very important. Okay, because you need to ensure that you know this is going to be the first step towards a very long journey. So you want to make that first step on the right footing, okay. Right, so next one is okay, my wish to you is enjoy your research journey, and I'm very certain it's going to be a very lonely journey. It is a lonely journey, brothers and sisters, because at the end of the day, you will realize that it is between you and your thesis. Okay, yes, correct, your supervisor will be there, okay, but your supervisor will not be there forever. Will not be there all the time. It is between you and your thesis and Allah. That's one thing you have to remember. It's a lonely journey. It's between you, thesis, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's it. All right. So you should never lose your focus. You need to be very focused and very determined to finish this, because I have seen quite a number of students, they just gave up halfway. They just gave up. Okay. I mentioned to you that I also have my own supervisees, right? Yeah, I have had my own experiences with my supervisees. Yeah? where sometimes as a supervisor, I'm telling you in all honesty, as a supervisor, sometimes I notice that the role is not just in terms of guiding them on how to write in etc etc. I mean, not I think the kind of motivation that you have to give is not so much in terms of writing the thesis, because they know, some of them or majority of them, they already know how to do it, but to keep going, to be determined, to always make sure you are motivated to complete what you have started, that is the biggest hurdle. This is one thing I noticed. And why did this happen? Because of their situations at that time, because of the unexpected circumstances that they had to face, and it was really a challenging thing to them psychologically and emotionally. So that is why, to me, when I help my supervisees, yes, research is one thing, but I think it was more of like being a mother, being a friend, being a counselor. You know, you have a lot of roles at the same time. Okay. Now, when I say a lonely journey, I just want to share with you this picture. I hope all of you can see this picture. This picture, you can see the path is going up. The path is going up. This is actually a picture which I took recently. I visited a place recently. I visited Korea actually recently with my family members. So, and of course, you know, when you travel, actually you muhasabah, you do a lot of muhasabah, right? And this is one lesson that I learned in the journey, because we love to walk a lot. I mean, my family, we walked a lot. Okay, so we climb up this particular path, and you know, this journey, okay, somehow gave me this idea about it's a lonely path because you don't see a lot of people there. Those two people up there, that was my husband and my daughter. You know, it was a very steep hill, you know, so we have to keep on walking in the cold weather, not many people to cheer you up. Okay. But we kept going, we kept going on, we kept even though it was very cold, even though it was very tough, it was really straining on your legs, but you kept going and going. And at the same time, even though you're in pain, but what I did was I still enjoy the journey. I still value the views, the beautiful views, you know, the nice things that you see, you know, the magnanimity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the beauty of Allah that is around you, you know. So what I'm trying to say is, even though you will face a lot of challenges in your journey to complete your PhD, you know, you will feel emotionally down, you will feel, you know, stressful, you will feel you have a lot of headaches, your body will ache. You know, I at one time, for me, my eyes, I was looking too much on the computer, it was taking a toll on my eyesight. But at the end, you still appreciate that journey, you still can feel the beauty of that journey. I think that is the thing. And along that journey, what kept us going along on this throughout this steep hill is to focus. And that was the focus. We want to achieve there. We want to arrive here at this tower. That was the aim. That was the aim. So all through the journey here, okay, on the path here, we could see the tower looming in front of us, and that was the focus. This thing gave us the focus, and this thing gave us the motivation that, you know, I'm going to arrive there, I'm going to go up there, I will be up there. So you need to have that kind of inspiration in your heart that I'm going to be there, I'm going to go and be there one day. So you have to always so-called imagine yourself. This is what happened to me, okay? in order for me to complete my studies, I kept playing a picture of myself in the robe, taking the scroll from the king on the stage in the hall, in the big hall. I kept playing that image in my mind over and over and over again. And that's how I kept focus. Okay, so I think you should do the same thing as well. The journey is very tough, brothers and sisters. It's tough. It's very lonely. There won't be many people around you. Even some people around you, they may not be supportive of what you're doing. But never mind. You have the focus. You have here. You see the destination. You know where you are heading. And to me, that's the most important thing. Okay. Build a healthy and fruitful supervisor-supervisor relationship with your supervisors. I think this is very, very important. Please. Okay, please. If you disagree, there will be times definitely when you disagree with your supervisors. Never be harsh to them. Say to them in a nice way. Never argue. Don't argue. Just say that you disagree. All right, so that's it. From me, thank you and all the best to you. And now I am willing to take questions. 20 minutes. Who is that?
Okay, thank you very much, our Dr. Adina bint Hazia Arifin, for your insightful, informative, thought-provoking, lecture. It's not a lecture, it's a sharing. And the topic was like the conducting postgraduate research, why and how. We are really grateful for your presence here today, and I'm sure that our participants have gained valuable insight that will help them in their research endeavors. And I could relate myself actually whenever you were talking about it, and I just you're talking directly hit me actually, because you were talking from the heart. And I believe all the participants, those who join here, they got the gist. And this is, I might say, this is one of the best session I actually participated over there. So thank you very much for that. And those who joined with us, you guys are really lucky, because the start, how it should be, I think you guys got more than this. This is the motivation, this is the ignite. So what we actually needed. And now it's your time. We have a Q&A session. Please ask whatever you want to know from our honorable professor, honorable doctor. She shared almost everything, but still I believe there are so many things needs to be learned. There are so many things needs to know actually, because this journey is really a lonely journey you are going to start. And postgraduate, it's all about the research. So this, I believe most of us, not even I came from a country, when I came here, when I actually interacted with our professors, and they introduced me with the research and few softwares where I rarely used, and I didn't know the importance, all those things. So it's really important, and we got to know so many things today. So I believe with this information, we can keep improving ourselves. And IOM is such a place you will get everywhere is knowledge. That's why we call it that this is the garden of knowledge and virtue. So please, if you have any question, just unmute yourself and directly ask to our doctor, please.
Brother MC, before I take any question, all right, I would like to thank, let me see here, brother, regarding the hadith, yes, thank you so much. It's not a verse, the one that Al-Bukhari, is actually hadith. Thank you so much. The word just didn't come to my mind, okay, because verses normally relate to Al-Quran, okay. Yes, it's a hadith, narrated by Al-Bukhari. Thank you, Brother Haris Zainal Abidin, and a few others here in the. I'm looking at the chat box here. Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Anything that you know? We still have some time. Anything that
we still have around 20 minutes, please. Okay, Brother Irfan Ali Thanvi, once again, please. You already raised your hand. Please unmute yourself, brother, and proceed. Brother Irfan, you can just unmute yourself.
Yeah, let's have an engaging session.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, if you cannot, just let us know on the chat box so that we.
My supervisor has prepared a comprehensive research proposal for grant. Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay, where is it? Would it be unethical if my thesis uses my supervisor research scope such as introduction, objective, research question? Okay. This is from Brother Hazim. Okay, Brother Hazim, I think it's like this. What you need to do, okay, I am not in the position to say yes or no. Okay, the best thing is you need to go back to your supervisor. This question should be posed to your supervisor. Is it okay? Or because it's like this, Brother Hazim, based on my experience, when I prepared, like I think your situation is something like mine, okay, whereby before I got my GRA, I already have my proposal ready for the grant, okay, and then only I got the student to come into the picture. So when she prepared her work, her proposal, sorry, when she prepared her proposal, I did not like sort of like, oh, copy from mine. No, I didn't say that. But I said that, okay, I'm going to do on this. All right. We're going to, I mean, both studies will be looking at A, but I'm going to look at A from 1 until 10, while yours is going to look at A from 1 up till 5 only. So which means that logical thinking would say that you cannot like copy paste the intro, the blah blah blah, you know, straight from the proposal of the grant. No, because still it is different. You see, still it is hers is a rather limited. Mine is you know, more advanced. So again, my suggestion is please you know, go back to your supervisor. Because brother, you need to trash this out with your supervisor in a very professional manner, because sometimes, you know, these little things can start the crack in that so-called relationship that I talked to you about. Okay, so might as well be open, just be transparent. Doctor, is it okay? Blah 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 blah. Let the person you know, come negotiate. Okay, negotiate. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, Brother Thanvi, you can just unmute yourself right now. I mean, anybody can. Just we already upload that.
I see this question here. I would ask if I can work with supervisor from my country. No supervisor from your country, because you are doing your PhD here or PhD or master here, your main supervisor must come from this university, but you can have a co-supervisor from another university abroad. Okay, maybe CPS can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that has been the policy. Okay, from Fatima, I would like to know what is the best way to approach prospective supervisors. Best way to approach? Make an appointment. Go to, okay, if let's say, Fatima, if you already have a person in mind, you can contact your department and ask for the person's email address. I think the first, okay, this is another advice to all of you. Yeah, when you want to approach your potential supervisor, the first way to approach them is via email. Don't WhatsApp them. Okay, because WhatsApp is rather informal. Okay, so start on with email, and then later on, when the person feels that, okay, I'm ready to give my handphone number, then only it will move to the WhatsApp. Okay, it should be like that. Okay. Can a master student who is doing coursework apply for GRA coursework? No, Ainun. I'm a registered in Kuliah of Education. I'm from Iraq. In my country, English is a foreign language. How can I find a research problem relating to a Malaysian student as a second language learners? You need to read. How do I find research problem? You can also discuss with your, it's either you discuss with your lecturer or you read up. Okay, because you want to do a second language. This is second language learner. Brother Ibu Abraham, it depends on, number one, it depends on where you want to collect the data. I have seen some students, for example, like, they are from, like brother Ibu, you are from Iraq, okay? So they're from different parts of the world, from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from China, from Iran, and all those things. What they did was they come and do their PhD or master here, but then the data, okay, the data or the case study that they are looking at is actually in their home country. There are also things like that, okay. Okay, what else?
Okay, brother Tanvi, actually, he's trying for such a long time. Please, brother,
Yes.
you can just please unmute and talk.
Assalamu alaikum, Professor Edlina. Thank you very much for your very detailed and professional talk. Really admire your professionalism. And thanks, Alamgir, for unmuting me. Since you mentioned, and I'm, like I mentioned in the previous session, I'm a third-time IIUmian. I've been part of this institution since 2005. This is my third degree. So I do understand many of us who are brand new students here would have difficulty in knowing who our supervisor could be. Now, one way is obviously the homegrown students who have done at least one degree from here, like I did my master's at ICOL, and now I'm coming for my PhD. So I do know who's who. But based upon your experience, Prof. Edlina, what you mentioned, that things go sour just because of oblivion of the supervisor and supervisee, because 10 years before ICOL at ISTAC, I met a similar fate with my supervisor, who was the deputy dean, and his reasons for not reading my thesis was that he was having breakfast with Agung, His Royal Highness, and the lunch with the Prime Minister. So now my only suggestion, rather than a question, would be that there should be a medium for newcomers to know who's who, or at least have a detailed briefing by the Kulliya. This is my only suggestion, ma'am. And once again, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, salam. Okay, thank you, Brother Tanvi. Okay, right. How do, again, it's the yeah, as I mentioned just now, okay, you are supposed to have to build a good, and you have to choose good and suitable supervisor. So the question now, how to go about doing it, right? Okay, maybe I can share with you my experience. Okay, maybe I can share with you my experience, what I did. Now, I did my first degree in UM, and then my master in UM, and then my PhD in Kuliah of Education. Okay, in Kuliah of Education. Yes, I am a staff of the university, but I did not teach. I did not teach, and I am not teaching in Kuliah of Education. Okay, I am with currently with KIRKHS. Okay, Department of English Language and Literature, and my focus is on linguistics. So when I did my PhD in education, obviously I didn't know. I mean, just like you guys, okay, I didn't know. Okay, who is the most probable supervisor for me? Who's the person who can handle me? So I was like, okay, how do I go about doing it? And okay, fortunately, fortunate or unfortunate, right, I had to take 10 courses, okay? It was actually a mixed mode. I took mixed mode method, mixed mode. So for the coursework, I have to take 10 courses. All right. It's a lot, but Alhamdulillah, I enjoyed each class that I attended, Alhamdulillah. And that was the opportunity I took to know each lecturer in the faculty, in the kuliah. Okay, so it's like I take one course with this lecturer, and and then I learn their style, their way of, whether they can help me, blah 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 blah. And then also, most importantly, whether we have the same wavelength, we can go, we can go together. I think that was among the things I was looking for, because I really, because it's like this, it's like, actually, I mean, as students, not only in a course, it's not only the lecturer will evaluate the students are also evaluating the lecturers, right? So I think partly I was also doing that. I was like, okay, is this person okay? Can I work with this person or not? So eventually, alhamdulillah, I managed to get a professor into my team, Professor Prof. Ratnawati. Okay, she's currently with education, and then, so because why I chose her, because I was doing for my PhD, I did on reading of legal cases. Okay, I did reading on legal cases. So so I have to understand, okay, who is the expert in reading? Oh, that's one thing. Okay, expert in reading. And then so I chose Prof. Ratnawati because she's the person in that field, as well as I can work with her. She's very meticulous. She's very careful with things. So that every time when I submit something to her, I have to make sure that, okay, everything is properly said, clearly said. I will always read my chapters 10 times before I send to her. Okay, because I want it to be good when I send to her. I don't want to send slipshod work. Okay, because I know, as I mentioned to you, you need to prove yourself as a good PG student. Okay, so I chose her. And then my co-supervisor, I took a course, research method, with Prof. Ismail Sheikh Ahmad. Okay, Ismail Sheikh Ahmad, also from Coed. Okay, and he is good in qualitative. So and in that course, in the research method course, he taught me about interview, blah blah blah. So I used that method. I plan to use that method in my research. So I felt that he could give me the correct guidance in terms of how to go about doing this. So I chose him as the co-supervisor in my study. So that's it, reading and methodology, because I remember I told you research methodology is the foundation of a thesis. If that thing crumbles, the whole house will crumble. So I make sure that inshallah, Dr. Ismail helped me a lot with that, alhamdulillah. And then, of course, legal cases, legal. So Brother Tanvi just mentioned that you are with ICOL. Yes, I of course, I asked myself, okay, who should I connect with in ICOL? Okay, and luckily, when I was working, okay, as a staff, I came across Prof. Ida Madiha, who is now the Dean of CPS. Okay, so she was like the bridge between me and ICOL. So she was in my supervisory team. So I had three crucial people who actually helped me in my thesis. So what I'm trying to, the point that I'm trying to make to all of you is, when you choose the people in your team, in your supervisory team, it must be strategically done. You have to have a strategy. You have to ask yourself, okay, why am I choosing this person? Why am I choosing this person? It's not like blindly, okay, I take this person, I take that person. No, you have to be clear. I want this because of this, because this person can guide me in terms of this. This person can guide me in terms of this, guide me in terms of this. So clear, so that you know that inshallah, throughout your 3-year work, you will be well advised and well guided. So that's what I did.
Thank you very much, Dr. It's very comprehensive. I believe these questions, this answer will help all the participants from these sessions. And as because this video will be available on our platform also, later on also they will get some benefit out of it. So before jumping into the next question, just I would like to let all of the participants to know the Friday the CPS and PGSS is going to arrange the outing program. That would be the physical one, because this is virtual, because we tried to make it actually physical, because due to so many practical reasons we couldn't make it. So that program will be the physical one. The Friday, inshallah, we'll go to the Kuala Lumpur, we'll visit few places, and lastly we will visit our another campus, which is Istak campus, one of the beautiful campus in Malaysia, not only IUM campus, but that's one of the beautiful structure you will get to see. So I would like to request all of you, please do register by yourself, and already the registration link is there. And be remember, the seats are limited. We can accommodate only 50 participants. So don't do late. If you, and one more thing, if you are not sure, like you can't make it physically, and you can make, like, maybe if you have any confusions, so don't do register, because we really want to give chance those who are really interested. So that's why the 50 seats are available, and register first. So thank you, doctor. And there is two questions I think related to one thing. Brother Amin Muhammad, he said, Assalamu alaikum, doctor. I completed my bachelor's degree in Egypt, where we are not exposed on how to do a research and its methodologies. Can you suggest any good courses or books that provide a good insight on researching and its methodologies? Barakallah fikum. And Syed Hisham, he also mentioned that almost the same question. Are there any suggestion on how to learn more of research methodology? Dr. Please.
Oh, this is about research method, yeah? Okay. Well, actually, in my opinion, nowadays there are just so many ways that you can gain knowledge, you know. You can go through YouTube, I mean, on your own, yeah, on your own effort, yeah. And you, as I mentioned to you just now, Future Learn, the platform, okay, the platform called Future Learn, and also there's another one, didn't come to mind, but there are a lot of online courses that you can take up too. There are some free ones, right? So you can, you know, there are many ways. When Brother Amir asked me, okay, good courses and books, books, wait, I cannot, those books are not with me, I cannot remember, but again, yeah, Brother Amir, I think you need to, first you need to ask yourself, okay, okay, all of you, maybe, you need to be honest with yourself, okay? Do you know what quantitative research is? Do you know what qualitative research is? Okay, these are the things. Okay, jot it down, okay, somewhere. Because if you cannot give a good answer to this question, honestly, I mean, be honest with yourself. If you cannot give a good answer to this question, it means that you're not there yet. You have to understand this first. And then, what are the data collection methods that are related to the different paradigms? For quantitative, what are the methods? For quantitative, what are the methods? Okay, you have to know that. And then the analysis. So these kind of things, okay, you can just, if you ask for me books, I cannot offhand tell you what. There's one Mariam, wait, where is the book? 1 minute. I have this book with me. Okay. Sharon B. Mariam. Can you see this or not? Here.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay, this, oh, oops.
Maybe, doctor, you can just later on take a picture.
Sharon B. Mariam.
Share in the group.
Yeah, Sharon B. Mariam. I love this book. This is on, if you're interested to do qualitative research, okay, this is a good book. Because it gives you an idea of what qualitative and then case study is all about. But more importantly, it teaches you on conceptual framework, because when you do your literature review, okay, when you do your literature review, chapter 2, towards the end of that literature, after you have, you know, you have mentioned in literature, we also talk about the theories and all that, right? So you need to come up with one conceptual framework, okay? Conceptual framework, the framework or the concepts that are related to your study. So that one, I find this book very, very helpful. Sharon B. Merriam, Qualitative Research, A Guide to Design and Implementation. Okay, this book is very. I do refer a lot to this book. Even with my supervisors, I do ask them to read up this book, you know, and try to implement that in their thesis. So this is one book I have, Bicklin and Bogdan or something, for qualitative, because I'm more of a qualitative person, lesser of quantitative. Yeah. So, but I think you can, for books generally, you can Google, okay, and see the latest books. Yeah. All right. And courses, as I said, you can go to online platforms like Future Learn, Coursera, if I'm not mistaken, Coursera. Okay. Okay.
Actually, you know, Doctor, the session is really comprehensive. I am flooded with so many questions. So as because we are running out of time, but still, if Doctor allow, maybe we can take 1 or 2 more questions.
Yeah, sure.
We're supposed to end one, but okay, I have few questions directly I got. So among those, I just picked one. Jannatul Firdaus Tusti, she asked, can you share some tips for effective literature review and research methodology?
Effective literature review
and literature review, yeah, literature review and research methodology.
Okay, research method I already mentioned. You can because research method, as I mentioned to you, okay, your supervisors will not have the time to teach you all that. Okay, you need to acquire that during your research method courses. But even then, some courses, the input that you get through the course may not benefit you, may not be suitable for your research purpose. Okay, so you need to find extra work or extra information outside. So that's why I said maybe you can go through YouTube. You can learn through YouTube, definitely, and you can also learn from by joining, for example, like I know a friend who joined Facebook group on those who are doing PhD. Okay, they have the support group for PhD students or something like that. So, you know, sometimes you can post questions there. So that's for research method. Okay. Now for literature review, what I can suggest you to do is number one, you have to be clear in terms of what you are planning to do. What is the area that you are planning to do? All right. So then only you can find suitable resources, okay, or references for that thing, for the area that you are going to investigate. Yeah. And for each article that you read, my advice is you should have it in a form of we call it meta-analysis. You have like table with a few columns. Okay, so the first column should be the title of that article, and then the abstract, the abstract of the article, and then the findings and implication. So, you know, when you have the summary like that, you know, all the collection of the summaries, you do it that way, eventually, because then you will cover, like, let's say, for example, 20 articles. So after reading all that, you can come back and you can sort of, okay, so this one, so for each one, you try to find the gap. Oh, the person did this any, you know, but the person did not. That is what I said. You need to be critical. You need to be critical. Okay. Like, okay, he for his research method, he's doing on A, but he's using this research method. What if we use a different method? So it's like you're replicating, but you're changing the methodology. You're using a different way of approaching the same problem, see? So that can also be the research gap. Okay, so to me, what I did was I have a table like that, so that eventually I can print out and I can sort of scribble and write down and question, like, only this. Well, what if, what if, what if we, so that's when you tend to sort of, because eventually you're going to write the gap in your thesis. So you need to be clear where you're coming from. Okay? What else? Yeah, that's it.
Okay, doctor, maybe this is the last question. I just
Yeah.
want to take, it's almost 1:10. Okay,
Yeah.
the Mugdho asked, how can we develop research mindset and cultivate research skill as postgraduate students? Maybe you can just touch this thing.
I lost you, brother.
Okay, how can we develop research mindset and cultivate research skill as postgraduate students?
How to cultivate research skill?
Yeah, research mindset and cultivate research skill.
Research mindset. I think, as I said, research mindset is about your niyyah. Why are you here? Don't tell me you're here because you cannot afford to, you cannot get a job. And that's why you are here. I hope that's not the reason. Okay. You're here sincerely because you want to seek knowledge, you want to improve yourself. Okay, you want to contribute to the society. All right. So to get yourself motivated is more of like, you must always start with the end in mind. I repeat, you start with the end in mind. At the end of the day, my research will be able to what? You got to put that in your mind, because throughout the 3 years, you are going to remind yourself, Ya Allah, please make me steadfast in my research so that at the end of the day, I'm able to help my people in terms of blah, 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 blah. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, dear doctor. And please, I apologize. I showed my apologies to the participants because I'm actually flooded with so many questions. Even the chat box, there are so many questions. I got so many questions directly, so I couldn't actually take any more questions, inshallah. So we can, what we can tell you, like, maybe inshallah in our future events, we will have Dr. Adlina Arifin once again on our coming programs, because Postgraduate Student Society and CPS, we collaboratively organize, there's so many programs, like, the research programs and others, so that the students can get the benefit out of it. So inshallah, your journey is started, and from now and onwards, the CPAs, PGSs, and lecturers, the staffs, even the itself IIUM will help you to be in the to reach your goal, inshallah. And thank you once again very much for our honorable speaker, Dr. Adlina Binte Haji Arifin, for sharing your expertise with us today. We believe that our participants have gained valuable insights that will help them in their research endeavors, inshallah. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, dear brothers and sisters, it's time to break. We hope you had a fruitful morning sessions, and we're able to gain valuable insights and make new connection, though it's virtually, but I believe you guys had made some connection also. As we move towards the afternoon session, we want to remind you of the importance of taking breaks and re-energizing yourself. We'll be taking a short break for Johur prayer and refreshment. So please take this time to stretch your leg, have a healthy snacks or drink, and prepare yourself for the next session. This is great opportunity to connect with link, the same minded people, individuals, share your experiences and insights, and make new friends, though it's virtual, and I believe you guys can make some out of it. We understand that virtual event is challenging, and I believe it's a bit challenging, though our lecturer, he couldn't make it more, you guys are like me, and this lecture is so much engaging, and there was not a second like we just deviate ourselves. So our next, we have few more session afternoon that will be inshallah the same, and it can be easily on online session, we can easily lose our focus, but with the help of our honorable speaker, it didn't happen with us, inshallah. So I just want to finish with the words of Steve Jobs. He said, like, your work is going to fill a larger part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to what you believe is great work, and the only way to great work is to love what you do. What our doctor all just, you know, he mentioned, I mean, she mentioned a few times on her speech, like, yeah, what you are doing always clarifies, you know, your nia, why you are doing, because of you are doing for the larger purpose. It's not only if I do my PhD, if I be a doctor, I will get high salary, I will be more respectful, because this is something very, very tiny. Because just few days back, not few days back, 2 or 3 days back, we were talking with one of our professor from the IUM, and he was asking me, do you know how many people are dying every day? So he's just, we were few students, and we just we didn't know, we never asked. Personally, I never asked this question to the Google. So he said, okay, just ask now, right now. Then we asked to Google just how many people, just it's a normal death, it's every day they died. And we found the number is almost more than 300,000. So out of this 300,000, you know, so maybe we can be one of them in any day, any day. So let's say when we go back to, I mean, I'm talking about the hereafter, there is no serial. It's not something like my father will die first, then I will be, then my child will follow. That's not something like this. So we need to be prepared ourselves. That's why Nia is really important. Why we are coming here, why we are start our PhD, why we are start our postgraduate journey or our study. We always try to do something bigger in perspective of Akhira. What we are doing here, it will benefit us in Akhira, inshallah. So let's approach the afternoon session with the enthusiasm and positive attitude. We have an exciting lineup of the speakers and discussion that we are thrilled to share with you, inshallah. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you back on Zoom after just, I think, almost 76 minutes later. It's more than 1 hour. Please do rest and have your lunch and whatever you can do. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Salam. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Hope all of you had a wonderful lunch and Zohar prayer just now. I'm Faiz Nakim. I'm going to replace Brother Alamgir for this afternoon session. And for this afternoon, we're going to have 3 sessions, 2 briefings and 1 talk. And before I proceed with inviting the speaker for our next session, I would like to say that this is for the next session, it's a briefing, so everyone is welcomed to leave their comments or basically any questions that you have to the speaker, and we will peruse all of those comments if time permits at the end of the session. So if I may have a confirmation, is Madam Zarina online?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. All right, everyone. So I believe that this past 1.5 days you have went through a lot, and I guess most of you yesterday there was a question in regards to activating your password, all of those things. This is the moment that you'll be waiting for, right? This briefing is the moment you've lived for the last you've waited for 1.5 days. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite Madam Siti Zarina binti Muhammad to lead this next briefing. Madam, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everybody,
Can see my screen?
Yes, madam.
Okay, okay, yeah. All right. So for today, I will brief you on the ICT facilities and services for IIM student, which we give to our students. Okay, so first of all, okay, let's see. Okay, this is about us, a brief introduction of ITD. This is our vision and mission. Our vision and mission is to collaborate and provide quality ICT services, which will support to support efficiently and effectively to support the teaching and learning. Okay, and we are also towards providing holistic ICT services for the achievement and continuation of excellence in IIUM. And this is our objective of ITD. Okay. Next one is, this is our team. This is the senior management of Information Technology Division. We've been led by our director, Madam Normaliza Jumaan, which is reported to our CIO, Chief Information Officer, which is Prof. Datuk Dr. Norbit Bashar Idris. And in Gombak, in ITD Gombak, Madam Normaliza is being helped by 5 deputy directors, which is Madam Wan Subani, who will be in charge of administration in ITD. Me, as a head of section for IT governance and customer care. Madam Hairulaila Din, the head of section for academics and student affairs. Brother Abu Hurairah, head of section for administrative application services and also database. And all the last one is Brother Syed Muhammad Hazrul, the head of section for infrastructure services. Okay, and we are also being linked to the branches, to the library. We have IT director there, Madam Masita. In Kuantan, we have Brother Abdul Nasir. In Sasmek, we have Brother Mustaqim. In Gambang, we have Brother Zahid, and also we have liaison officer for Pago. Sister Shahidah is with us in Gombak, but she also oversees the network and infrastructure at Pago. Okay, so this is the organization structure. This is all ITD staff in IIUM. So the big chunk here is the central zoning. This is where the IT support team is. They are reported directly under me. The help desk is under the customer care, is also under me, and also the IT governance team. All right. So first of all, I would like to introduce you to our website, https://iium.edu.my/ITD, where in our website, we do have our service level agreement for students. Service level agreement is the agreement that we made with the university community on how much time that we need to fulfill in case of any disruption of services. So this is where the agreement that you can see how many days or how many time that we need to recover such some of the services. Okay. And we also have latest news and announcement in our website. And also in our website is a link for ITD social media and also the important link. As you can see here, you can see for request for email password reset, access email while abroad, and so on. Okay. And the next one is ICT services for IIUM. So this is the most popular place for ITD for the IIUM community to come whenever they have any problem. Okay, ITD help desk, which we open every day, Monday until Friday, and close on weekends. But however, you can always reach us through our hotline number, email address, and also our website, our WhatsApp number. Okay, and we will gladly entertain you. All right. IIUM Wi-Fi. Okay, the Mr. MC just now said about the IIUM Wi-Fi. This is how to connect to your IIUM Wi-Fi. You have to enable the Wi-Fi button here and search for SSID and select the IIM student on your device. Log in using your metric number and password. Your password, your student password is the same as your iMaklum password. Then inshallah you will be connected to your Wi-Fi. Okay. So IIM provide internet services via Wi-Fi connection to student. So if you do in Mahala, if you have any blind spots area of services and satisfactory in Mahala, kindly report through this link here, wifi support.iium.edu.my/support/login. This is because we are engaging third party to manage the Wi-Fi at Mahala. So they should provide us the best internet connection in Mahala. So if you want to complain or you have any issues about the Wi-Fi at Mahala, please send your complaint here. Okay. All right. The next one, if IIM live email account, you are eligible for a IIM live email account, which you also can download original Microsoft software for free using your live email account. And you can install the software up to 5 devices, and your free OneDrive storage is 1 terabyte in the cloud storage, and Outlook email account with 1 terabyte of mailbox storage. How to activate it? Okay, this is the step where you how you can activate your live account. You have to log in into your iMaklum portal and click on Microsoft Live Account Self-Registration. Under the tab of My Services, you click on the tab of My Services in iMaklum and click on Office 365 Self-Register. Take note of your live email IIM live IIM email. Sorry for my twist of tongue. Okay, then open office.com and sign in using your live IIM email and sign in using your live email email as your username and password for live IIM. So when this prompt with the Microsoft credential there, you have to put the full email account, like myself, zarina@live.iium.edu.my. Don't put Zarina only, because we are using the Mohe credential, so they have to use they have to know from which organization. Yeah, so we have to put in our full email. Okay. All right. Then on iMaklum is the student portal for IIUM student. Okay, in here, if you can see here, there's also the Mahala support link. This is the one that I said just now. If you have any problem related to Wi-Fi at Mahala, you can go to the iMaklum student portal and click here if you couldn't remember the URL that I have given just now. So you just click here, then it will pop up with the form which you can complain on your blind spot on your internet connection here. Okay. All right. In my iMaklum. So this is what inside the iMaklum. You have the iTaklim, the 365, the My SMS, the advertisement, iMonitor, COP software. This is where the most interesting part, the software, the free software here. Okay, it's also in iMaklum. Okay, and this is the example of what you can get in your iMaklum. Okay, and for Microsoft software, you have to click on student portal with software icon here. And you have to sign in using your IIM live email username and password here. Okay, to access to Microsoft Azure Web Store, where you can download genuine Microsoft software, such as Windows 10. I think now it's got the Windows 11 ready. Access, Microsoft Access, Visio, Project, Visual Studio, etc. Okay. All right. Next, non-iTaklim. See, this is your e-learning portal, the iTaklim. So how to log in? Visit the itaklimc.iium.edu.my. You click login, enter your username and set your password. Setting your password is like here. Metric number concurrent with your date of birth. Okay. Continue login using your new password. Okay. Why did this services is different? The password using here is different from the iMaklum, because here the iTaklim C is located in the cloud services. So if anything, if any incident, destruction of any network, if in network services in IIUM, or we couldn't access the data center, your access to the portal should be not interrupted. Okay, because it is reside in cloud. Okay. Apart of that, okay, in ITD we do have computer labs. Okay, we do have computer labs where we have the general computer lab here at the left hand side, and also we have the ITD BYOD lab. BYOD is bring your own device. We do have a Japanese table like this, and you can have a discussion or take a rest in our lab by doing your assignment and so on. So these labs open daily, Monday till Friday from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And Saturday, Sunday, and public is holiday. Sorry, it is closed. Okay, both of these labs. All right. So, what services that you can get from us? Other services, you may log into our website and go through our ICT service catalog for students, and also ICT services handbook for new IIM staff and student. Okay, but mostly I have covered in this session, right? Next is our Facebook. Okay, may do like our Facebook, because we do update on important event and also highlight for student and IIM community in our Facebook. Okay, and apart from that, our service desk counter also receive, if you have any e-waste item which you are not using or it has been broken, please walk into our help desk counter to drop your e-waste. Okay, so but of course, if you walk into our service desk counter, there is no prizes provided, but sometimes when we open a counter during university event, especially on Takrim Day, we do have some lucky draws lah, a small token of appreciation for your e-waste drop of the e-waste item. Okay, so okay, the next one. Okay, we in IIUM, we do have lots of ICT policies, but I want to touch here two most important policies for IIUM student. The one is the first one is IIUM ICT security policy, and also policy for responsible use of ICT resources for IIM student, because the responsible use, the policy for responsible use, it was divided to IIM student and also IIM staff. Okay, so what is inside here that I want to touch? The most important thing is no unauthorized device with the capabilities of forwarding data packet between computer networks and connecting to the campus enterprise network IIUM network is considered illegal. Okay. In easy terms, no illegal router. The illegal is mean the thing that is not registered with IIUM, not provided with IIUM, such as your hub or your access point. Okay, sometimes the student will tend to be very creative when they didn't get good signal in the room. They may tend to get an AP and put it in their room. So this may disrupt the whole connectivity of the campus. So we do have incidences in 2022 where most of the students couldn't access the more than 3,000 students at one time couldn't access our internet, our network, because a student has plugged in an AP in their room. Okay, so the legal consequences for this illegal AP, illegal router may be expulsion, but it's not limited. It may be charged to the student. The expulsion may be charged to the student as the use of this device heavily disrupt teaching and learning process in IIUM. I would like to clarify that if you use the router, but it didn't disrupt the connection in IIUM, if we come across your router, even though it's not there is no disruption, you may get the disciplinary action also, because in IIUM ICT security policy, the terms is illegal router. It's not the disruption of the teaching and learning. So any illegal, which means not registered devices, cannot be used in IIUM. Okay. Why did I emphasize on this? Because last year we do suspend a student because of this illegal router. So it a little bit, it will be sad if you are in your last semester on your you are in your final year, you being suspended from the university because of unnecessary disciplinary action. Okay, if you have any complaint on your network services, please complain through the right channel. Okay, all right, that's all from me. So okay, Mr. MC, I pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, madam. I think that's a
Okay.
really exhaustive explanation about the role of ITD. I opening the floor to the audience if you have any questions, and perhaps anyone. Also, if you want to speak out, you can just raise your hands. We will unmute you. Also, although how many devices you can connect to one using one account to
Okay.
student?
One account for student is two devices.
Two devices.
Yes,
Oh.
2 devices. That means your laptop and also your handphone.
Okay.
Concurrently. If you want to log in the third device, which means you have to forget your one of your device, you have to forget the network the SSID, the IUM student SSID first, and wait for I think it's about half an hour because it will refresh our AD. Then you can log in the third device. So mean at any one time it's only 2 device can access with your credential.
Okay. So only 2 devices, yeah. So if any one of you who uses tab as well, please do be aware about the requirement. Make sure to one of the device to forget about it. Maybe another question is that are there any limits to what you can use the? I mean, like for example, there was a brief period, if I remember, where you can actually use student Wi-Fi to play games, but I believe it's no longer there. So, is there any limits like in Mahala or like is there any segregation of services depending on the
Okay.
areas?
Okay, for student games, actually, there is in the guideline, in our policy, we cannot access the computer games, the P2P connection, and so on. But during the PKP, we do have a special request from the Deputy Director of Student Affairs, so to open up all the to loose up all the policies. Okay, so there is a special meeting held to loose all the policies up, so that the student who is in the campus will be did not have any mental problem because at that time mental health problem, that's not mental health problem, because we are being kept in the campus for quite some time, right? So after the PKP last year, we have a meeting with the student deputy director of student affairs, where we get the consent to tighten up our policy back. So that's why the games cannot be played now in most of the area lah. So that's all
No
that I
worries.
can see. That's all I can see,
Okay.
because you can go out, right, at this moment. So in if we, because our network is for our teaching and learning. Okay, so if we open up the games, the games for the, actually there is there is an explanation between that, because not of all of us are very fortunate to get the best handphone or Android phone or something like that. But if you open up the game, and the student which the fortunate student which get the highest spec of PC and also the handphone, which it will suck all the network, all the so that your friend who is less fortunate will not get any connection, even the connection will be below 1 meg. So it will be very, we have to consider either, because we live in the community, right? So if you want to play the games, open up your data.
Totally understand. Totally understand. I think that's like 2-3 questions here. The first question is in regards to I think brother Ibu Abraham is asking, iTalim username and password is different from iMalum. Is it necessary to have iTalim account for PG students?
It depends on your lecturer, actually, because sometimes the lecturer upload your course material in the iTalim. So if the lecturer use the iTalim for the one of the medium for teaching and learning, yes, you have to have the iTalim account. All right.
Okay. So it depends on your classes, yeah? Okay, next is Sister Amira asking, how about EduRoam? Can we connect to it?
Yes, you do. You can connect to it, but we usually use the EduRoam when we are not in UIA. You are a student of IIUM, but you went to, let's say, to UKM or UPM. So you can access the network there using the EduRoam. Not in IIUM, because the speed for the EduRoam in IIUM is quite limited. It's not like in IIUM student speed. All right.
Okay. Sister Mira, I hope it answers your question. From Brother Priscilla, I would like you to expatiate on iMaklum student portal and how to use it. I think, if I may ask, will the slides be available for the students?
I can forward to the secretariat. So you can get the slides from the secretariat.
Alright.
Sure.
So I hope that will help, Brother Priscilla. From Brother Fideldin Nisa, can we download Word, for example, to desktop or only at the 365 Live account?
You can download to your desktop.
Okay, you can download through your desktop. Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right. So everyone, you have any other questions that you want to ask before we have another 2 minutes to anyone who wants to have questions? Oh, very good, but how?
Very good, but how?
Yeah, the
But
continuation
how?
of
If
the.
you need because if you can go through the student portal, then you have a software tab there. You can click there, and you can it will be linked to the Microsoft portal, so you can go through there and you may download that. If you have any problem to access that, please come to ITD. Please come to our
Alright.
help desk so that we are more than happy to entertain you. Okay?
Okay. Someone just raised their hands just now. I assume when you lower your hand means that you have no questions. I think there's a sister just now. Okay, I think there's no question. Brother Irfan asked, can you please share the slide of Atalunogi? Yeah. We're going to pass the slides through the secretariat, so no worries on that. Brother Numan asked, I need help regarding visa. I think that's for another session. We can. This is ITT, so we'll look into that later. Okay.
Alright.
Okay. Anyone? Okay, I think that's all. Thank you so much, madam, for the explanation and for the briefing in regards to ITD. So again, everyone, if you have any issues in regards to your IT access or anything in regards to your password or anything, please, like just now, don't hesitate to go to ITD. It's actually near to the mosque. So if you go straight from the main stair to the mosque and then you go to the right, and then you see the ITD building there. Okay, it's hard to explain here. Okay. I think. Oh yeah. Actually, I've had something I want to ask. Sorry, madam, if I take a bit of time. Actually, there's some issues that a few of my friends were asking. Like, does the IIM student Wi-Fi block iMuamalat? Because for some reason, a lot of them were wondering. A lot of them opened the account here, but then IIM student Wi-Fi does not allow you to access.
Do you have a problem now? I think
yes.
it has been solved a few weeks back. You still cannot access it now?
Yeah, I've been trying. Someone asked me.
Because last time there's no we are not blocking iMuamalat, but they have some security configuration at the Bank Muamalat site, where we have our security team has contacted the Bank Muamalat security person in charge. So we have come to an agreement and some adjustment to their protocol, their security protocol, which enable us to go through the Bank Muamalat site. Now should be no problem. But if you do have still have problem accessing iMuamalat, please email us so we can we know how to do. We have to do something about that.
Okay. Sister Sabrina asked, can personal portable Wi-Fi be used in IUM?
Personal portable Wi-Fi. You want to personal portable Wi-Fi? That means you are accessing the portable Wi-Fi using IUM network, or
I
you are
think
using.
maybe it's like a device, you know, like sometime at house, you know, you have that not router, like
Yes,
I
if
have
you
no idea.
are okay, you are using the portable Wi-Fi. If you put in your data, your SIM card now, just like Unified Air or something, you put on your own, you put in your own SIM card, it's okay. But if you use the personal data, you use the credential of IIM network, no, it is considered illegal router.
Sister, are you on campus right now, sister? You planning to use that? It's okay.
No, if you are
Okay.
using it on campus now, please off it, and please keep it away from the network, from the IIM network, because it disrupt other people network connection.
Okay, I think that's all. Last round, final question. Okay, I think that's all.
Okay,
Thank you so
that's
much,
all.
madam. Again,
Okay,
everyone.
thank you.
Thank
All
you so
right,
much, madam. Thank you so
all
much for
right,
your
thank you.
explanation. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the questions just now. I believe that if you have any issues whatsoever later, perhaps when we disseminate the slides, you guys can refer to the slides, especially on the contact number. Throughout my studies here, I've been using the WhatsApp and the service desk. It helped a lot whenever I have some issues with my password, with my account, especially I maklum and I taklim. So I hope that this session will be fruitful for you, especially in regards to accessing the many online services that IUM provides. All right, I think let's move on to the next session. Again, this is the next will be a briefing by the finance division. I hope, can I know if Mr. Muhammad Safurijal is online?
Yes, brother. Yes.
Alhamdulillah, Mr. Muhammad. All right. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Safurijal bin Zaini to lead the briefing on for finance division. Mr. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Brother Faiz. Okay, to the Master of Ceremony. All right. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, my name is Muhammad Safurijal bin Zaini. So, Deputy Finance Director, okay, Student and Scholarship Unit. So, basically for today, I will share, okay, share. Okay, so basically for today, the briefing on student financial policy and procedure. Okay, so basically for today, what topics that I'm going to cover, there will be around 4 topics. Okay, and then the first will be the type of fees. Okay, and then type of fees, basically I will cover what kind of fees that you need to pay during your study. Okay, second, how to view the student financial statement. Okay, the student financial statement basically is the document where this will be summarized all the total charging and also the total payment made by the student during your study. Okay, and then the third, financial policy and procedure. So basically this topic is all about when the deadline for the student to pay the fees, and then what will be the policy if the student want to withdraw or taking study leave. Okay, so it will be covered under the topic number 3. Then the final one will be basically method of fees payment. Okay, how to pay your fees during your study. Okay, so I will share with you later on. Okay. All right, so topic number 1, type of fees. Okay, so basically this is a summary of all the fees that you have to pay during your study. First will be the entrance fees, and then second will be the tuition fee. and then recurrent academic fees, health insurance for international, okay, hostel fee, bench fee, evaluation fee, and graduation fee. Okay, so for this one, I will go to the basically our fee structure. Okay, so basically this is the okay. Basically, I'm directing you all to the. Hold on, This is the final division website. I'm hoping that you all can see the one that I'm sharing actually.
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay, okay, okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, because actually I got some technical issue here. Okay, all right. So basically, what I'm going to share with you, basically, this is the final division website, and then over here we put it the postgraduate fee structure. Okay, so let's look at, okay, for example, for the international for the fee structure. All right. So you all can see the fee structure that in the screen, right?
It's a bit too small.
It's a bit too small. That's why I'm wondering, because basically now actually it's become half of my desktop actually.
Oh, maybe you can just zoom, sir.
Okay, I try.
Where is it?
Yeah, I try to zoom in.
Yeah, it's there's a plus sign on top.
Yeah, but it has been covered by the the plus sign has been okay then. Okay. Thank you, the master of ceremony.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So this one, I think it's much better, right, compared to the earlier. Okay, so basically the fee structure over here, we is stated the basis of the fees that you are required to pay. For example, over here we have the fee per credit hour. Basically, this is the rate of the fee per credit hour, which is actually for the coursework. Okay, for the coursework, basically the charge of the fee will be based on the fee per credit hour, which means that if you are taking one courses, which is actually the courses carry the 3 credit hour, so the fee that for the one courses you have to time the 550 times with the 3 credit hour. Okay, that will be the tuition fee for the one subject. All right, based on the fee per credit hour. And then for the research fee they will be charged based on the semester basis. Okay, which means that if your mode of study basically research only, okay, which means it means that from the first semester you will be charged with the research fee because you will be started your research from the semester 1. Okay, we mean from the first semester you will be charged for the research fee. Okay, and then in case you are taking for the mixed mode coursework and research, okay, so the research fee will started when you register your research proposal. Okay, so which means that take example for during the first 2 semester, during the first year you completed your courses. Okay, you completed your courses 30 credit hour required. So which means that during the semester 3, okay, you will started with your proposal and then you registered with your research proposal. Then the research fee will be start charged during the semester 3. Okay, in case, for example, that semester 3 you still left another one courses, okay, which is you not able to complete during your first year or the first 2 semester. So during the semester 3, you will be charged with the research fee and also the one subject. If the subject is carry 3 credit hour, which means that the research fee will be plus with the 3 credit hour tuition fee basically. All right, which is it mean that the charging for the semester 3 will be courses plus with the research fee. Okay, so basically that will be the basis of the charging. Okay, and then it's applied for all the kuliah. If you look at basically the program structure, okay, this one basically, for example, the total credit hour registered will be subject to the changes. Okay, it is determined. Some of the kuliah they require the student to register additional courses, or some of the kuliah they give the exemption for the student to take the subject. Okay, so the point here actually the basis of the charging for the tuition fee will be based on the subject that you register. Okay, so you need to plan wisely accordingly, you know. So if you plan to finish early, register all the subject with the maximum during the semester, the financial implication will be you will be charged based on the fee, the total fee per credit hour that you register. Okay, and then other than that, basically, okay, other than the total tuition fee, we have also the other fees. Okay, for the other fees, there will be the recurrent fee. Recurrent fee, which means that every semester it will be recurring. All right, recurrent fee per semester. Okay, basically this is the rate, recurrent fee per semester. All right, and then it will be recurring every time you register for your subject. Okay, which means that when you register your subject, regardless thesis of the or subject thesis or subject courses, will be charged with the recurrent fee. Okay, and then other than that, there will be also for the bench fee. Bench fee is not applicable for all program. Okay, it's only selected program. For example, over here for the program at the Kuliah of Engineering. Okay, Kuliah of Engineering, and then it will be charged for those students who register with the research subject, which is mean proposal or dissertation. Okay, and then there will be the research fee, the bench fee chargeable during that particular semester. Okay, for example, we look at for the Kuliah of Engineering over here. All right, there is the research fee of there is the bench fee of the 1,000. I try to minimize a little bit here so that we can, okay. So for the engineering, okay, there is the bench fee. However, if you took only for the coursework only, okay, there is no bench fee charge. Okay, so basically, sorry, this is the bench fee. Okay, the bench fee. All right, yeah, the bench fee. Okay, so the bench fee will be charged every time you started. For the program research only, it means that the bench fee will be charged during your first semester where you register for your proposal. Okay, then there will be also yearly fee. This one for the health insurance. Okay, 400 ringgit per year. Okay, this will be recurring every year. Okay, you'll be charged with 400 ringgit, and then of course there is the entrance fee. Okay, so for the entrance fee, this is the one-time charges only. Okay, one-off fee, which means time, and then there is the evaluation and graduation fee. So basically, evaluation fee will be chargeable for when your status change to graduated. Okay, same goes to the graduation fee. Okay, and then the evaluation fee only applicable for the program which is the mixed mode and also the research only program. So for the coursework only program, there is no evaluation fee. Okay. All right. So basically, that is about the fee structure. Okay. What I try to deliver here, or what I want you to take note. Basically, the charging of the tuition fee will be it will be solely depend on your registration. Okay. So it's better for you to plan wisely when you want to register, regardless you want to register for your research proposal or you want to register for your courses or for the audit courses. Okay. Whatever subject that you register, it will be charged accordingly. Okay, so this is the rate that you can refer back to our finance division website. All right, so I think we can get back to the slide back. Okay, all right. So then next there will be so basically this is the rate of the hostel fee. Okay, hostel fee basically they will be charged you based on the semester basis. Okay, we have the postgraduate room, okay, and then the executive room, Rukaya room, and also the undergraduate room. Okay, basically this is the rate, 1,212 ringgit 50 cents for the Malaysian, and then for the international 1,512 ringgit 50 cents. And then semester 3 also there is the rate for the hostel, 600 ringgit per semester. And then for the undergraduate, for the executive room is the 600 ringgit per month. This is monthly basis, okay, for the executive room. And then for the undergraduate room, the rate will be the 552 ringgit for the Malaysian and 687 ringgit for the international. All right. Okay, then we go for the topic number 2, how to view the student financial statement. Okay, so basically if you want to view the student financial statement, just go to the IIM website. Okay, and then you search for your student portal, iMaklum. All right, just you key in your username and password. So there will be the dashboard. You just click to the My Services over there. There will be the item for the finance there, financial statement. So once you click your financial statement, basically they will show you the summary of your financial statement. So basically the financial statement will be look like this actually, whereby this is the summary of all the fees that the university charge to the student. Okay, you can see from your financial statement, there is the entrance, there is tuition, recurrent. Okay, and then every semester the charging that will be recurring will be tuition, recurrent, and hostel. All right. Then also there is the payment. Okay, this payment basically will be summarized all kind of payment that you made during your study. Okay, so later on when you check, you make sure that whatever payment, especially the fees that you paid during your registration has been recorded. Okay, all right. In case the payment was not recorded in your financial statement, you can email us to notify that your payment was not recorded in your financial statement. So our team will take up and update it accordingly. All right. Okay, then we already at the topic number 3, financial policy and procedure. Okay, first, all outstanding fees should be fully settled at the beginning of the semester. Okay, which means that this coming semester will begin on the March. Okay, so which means for all the new student, of course, you already paid as per offer letter. Okay, so it means this one. Okay, the following semester, the short semester will be on the on the August. Okay, this is the short semester. Not everybody going to register for the short semester. And then the next, our long semester will be on the October. So basically at the beginning of the semester, you need to check your financial statement and then you need to make the payment accordingly. All right. Then second, entrance fee will not be refunded in the event of the student withdraw from the university. Okay, please take note, if you plan to withdraw from the university, the entrance fee that you already paid when you register is not refundable. Okay, but however, for the tuition and related fee, will be refunded, okay, in the event of the withdrawal as per the note number 3. Okay, note number 3, 90% refund will be paid from the first day up to the first month, which means that if you plan to withdraw or take the study leave within the first month, okay, the only 90% will be refund and that 10% will be chargeable. Okay, 10% of the tuition and related fee, recurrent fee will be charged to you. Okay, and then 60% refund from the first month up to the second month. During the second month, if you want to take the withdrawal or study leave. Okay, this one apply for the case of the withdrawal and study leave, you know. All right, so they will be charged of the 40%, which only 60% will be refund. And then there will be no refund after the second month of the semester. Okay, which means that if after the second month of the semester, you plan to withdraw or take study leave, there will be 100% charge, which means that you have to pay the fees accordingly for the tuition and recurrent. So you need to plan wisely, okay, before you make the decision to take the study leave or withdraw from the university. Okay, then number 4, during the short semester, the tuition fee will be charged according to the credit hour registered and related fee will be charged half from the normal fee. Okay, during the short semester, if there is the student register for the subject, and then they will be charged accordingly to based on the rate of the credit hour. And then number 5, students staying for the short semester at the hostel will be charged 600 for the postgraduate room. Okay. Then for the study extension, students should pay the full research fee plus credit hour fee, if any, and recurrent fee during the extension period. So means that for your study extension, you have to pay the full accordingly. All right. And then for the audited fee. Okay, audited fee, the fee per credit hour for audited will be half of the normal fee. So those who register subject as their audited, okay, the fee is basically half from the normal rate. Okay. Number 8, graduation fee, 200 ringgit is compulsory to be paid upon graduated. Okay, so graduation fee, this one is compulsory to be paid. And then number 9, postgraduate register comprehensive examination. Okay, this one, those who register the comprehensive exam during the semester, there will be additional charge of the 200 ringgit for the tuition fee, okay? And then number 10, the prerequisite subject. The fee for prerequisite subject will be charged according to the type of the subject registration. Okay, so which means that if you are a PhD student taking the master subject, and then you'll be charged according to the master subject. All right. And then the university has the right to revise the fees without notification. And then for the details, kindly visit our finance division website. Okay. Okay, the website that I shared with you just now. Okay, and also we have the Facebook student unit finance IIUM. All right. Okay, then we go for the topic number 4, method of fees payment. Okay, so basically for the payment of fees, we strongly encourage, basically we encourage students, okay, to pay using the JomPay. Okay, because of why? Because for the payment using the JomPay, they will be the updated the next working day. Okay, because the bank going to send us the report, and then on the next working day, so the payment method using the JomPay is more secure and also will be updated actually more, how to say, accurately actually. Okay, because the report is coming directly from the bank. Okay, and then this is the biller code. Basically, if you want to use payment using the JomPay, there will be the biller code 75903. Reference number 1, you key in your matric number, and reference number 2, your IC or passport number. Okay, so for the matric number is the very, very important. You need to make sure that you not wrongly key in the matric number. Otherwise, it doesn't appear to your financial statement. And then the worst, if you key in your the other student matric number, it will be appear the payment in the financial statement of other student. Okay, so this is the very important for the reference number 1. Okay, make sure it's very correct. Then you also can pay using the online payment at the epayment.ium.edu.my. This is another method of payment. All right. And then for the overseas payment, you can pay through the Flywire. Okay, so this is the basically this is the IIUM Flywire. Basically, we already collaborate with the Flywire. It can cater for the overseas payment. Okay, so for the international student, you can use this method of payment. Okay, to make the payment to pay for your fees. Okay, and then you also can bank in directly to the university account at any bank Muamalat branch. Okay, this is our account number. Okay, 1407-000-000-5719. And then the copy of the bank receipt should be forwarded to the student unit for the finance division through email finance@iium.edu.my for recording of payment. Okay, please key in your matric number as per for the using for the reference box. All right, so basically, I think this should be my last slide. This is our email, finance@iium. This is our official email. Whatever query, whatever request, you can email directly to the finance@iium.edu.my. And then if you wish to directly contact us, we have the contact number and also the email. Okay. All right, that's all my presentation. I think, okay. So basically, I think I should refer to the question, right? So can the MC help me? Is there any question? I can see that there's a chat box, but I cannot.
Okay, there's a lot of questions.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to move one by one from the top. So a question in regards to the bench fees is like, is the bench fee paid in first semester only?
No, that one is the recurrent fee. It will be recurring every semester. Every time you register every time the student register for the research subject, which means that for those who mode of study is the research only, that bench fee will be recurring every semester that you register until you finish or you completed your program actually. Okay.
Okay. I see someone here. I don't know if he's replying on the comment or for bench fee in the first semester is only research proposal and not involving any lab used.
Yeah, but this bench fee basically is not only for we are mentioning about the lab actually. So basically this bench fee will be catered for the whole program of your master and PhD. So which means that it's not only if that semester you are using the lab, you have to pay the bench fee. No, it will be recurring every semester, and then that fee will be utilized for your research for the whole duration of your master and PhD program.
Okay, all right. And then next question is, Sorry, I don't understand the bench fee. Why research proposal need to be charged 1.5k for my case? On what basis does this indicating?
Oh yeah. Okay, this one the same answer for the earlier actually, because it's not basically this bench fee is not only for the lab whatever. Basically, this bench fee is chargeable to the student to cater for their research program the whole duration of study. Which means that if the master for the 2 years program, 2 years program, basically this bench fee will be chargeable every semester for the whole duration of your study of the 2 years, and then for the PhD for the 3 years. Okay, so that's why it's will be chargeable together with your once you start with your even though you start with your proposal. So basically that bench fee will be utilized to cater for your project for the whole duration of your study during your master and PhD.
All right, okay. And then next, is it true we need to pay hostel fees advance before come and walk in Mahalah registration?
This one basically for the hostel fee. If you want to stay in the hostel, first and foremost, you have to check with the RSG, Residential Service Division, okay, to make sure that the hostel is available. And then if you want to stay, and then you have to pay first before you can get the key. All right, okay.
Okay, all right. And then what is this? Semester 1 and 1 wait. I have no idea what. Semester 1 and 1512 RG for both or for each semester. Ringgit.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I have no,
okay.
I'm not. I don't understand
Just
the
repeat
question.
again. I think I can get it. Just repeat again.
Semester 1 and 1512 ringgit for both or for each semester.
Oh, that one is the hostel fee, 1,512 ringgit for the one semester fee. And then
Okay,
it will be
alright.
recurring every semester if you stay in the hostel. Okay.
Okay, it's per semester. Okay. Someone asked, can you explain? Okay, international student 1,512 for per month. I don't understand.
Per
I think we
semester,
already
1,512
per
is
semester.
per semester.
Okay, and then sorry to ask, can you explain what credit hours mean? Because I've graduated from university without credit hours registration.
Oh yeah, okay. Basically, each of the subject there will be the credit hour carry with the credit hour. So if you register for the one subject, definitely in the registration slip, there will be mentioned the one subject will be 3 credit hour or 4 credit hour. Okay, so it means that for the rate of the one subject, if you register one subject carry 3 credit hour, so the rate will be 3 credit hour times the fee per credit hour. For example, just now 500 ringgit, for example. So 3 times 500 ringgit, one subject you register, you will be charged with 1,500 ringgit. Okay.
Alright, okay. Next is there also some news that student can get 20% off from the fee. Is it also applicable to us?
Okay, that 20% basically open for the alumni actually. If you are the student from the university, your bachelor or master from the IIUM continue study, you are eligible for the 20% discount. Okay, so that discount actually basically the CPS will cater for it because there is some condition. If you're not receiving any scholarship, okay, any financial assistance, and then you can eligible for the discount.
Okay, and then next is for the payment that we need to pay before the enrollment date. Can we pay it half first and the other half is when the semester begin?
Oh no, this one you have to pay the full amount before you registration. Okay? Before you register as the student. Okay, next.
Okay, someone asked for an assistant. Basically, she said that she's checking. She checked the financial statement. It's written that it's not provided system. Sent an email. I came to the finance division yesterday. They said it would upload soon, but I haven't seen yet in iMaklum. Can you assist?
Okay, all right. So this one, as I mentioned earlier, if you have this issue, my advice is better to email the copy of your payment slip to the email. Okay, but by the way, actually, we are this week and for the past few weeks, we are receiving payment from the new student. Okay, so basically, our staff is currently updating all the payment. All right. So, however, as long as your payment slip is safe with you, okay, and then we will make sure that the payment will be updated by, I think, by the latest by next week when the semester begins, inshallah. All right.
Okay, someone asked my research project is outside UIA and will not use any UIA lab facilities. Do I need to pay bench fee too?
Okay, so basically, if you are talking about the what they call it, the how to say, there is the modular or something program. Okay, that one will be subject to the CPS. There will be the exemption will be subject to the university committee actually. Okay, it will be depend on the what they call it actually, how what is the weightage actually. Are you not even using any at all, or are you using the 50% or 30%? Okay, that one will be subject to our what they call it, our UMC decision. Okay, that one you can refer
Okay.
back to the CPS. Okay, next.
Alright. Okay. Where to refer the latest structure fee? You can put it. You can look at postgraduate. At finance division website. Um. Okay. Someone else. What? Sorry. There's a continuation of the question in regards to bench fee. What is the semester's fee for? If we need to pay bench fee every semester.
The semester fee basically for the research fee is cater for the supervisor that you're supervising you. Okay, and then this bench fee, as I mentioned just now, this one is meant for your research actually. Whatever that the equipment required by which the university need to provide, okay, it will come from the bench fee. Okay, for the research fee, basically that one for your is basically that research fee that you charge for the semester, basically for the tuition fee. Okay, for the tuition fee actually for the courses is clear that you are going for the classes. So basically for the research fee, basically you has been assigned with the supervisor that supervise you all the way until you graduated. Okay, that is the chargeable rate for the research fee. Okay, that bench fee actually basically to cater for all, for example, your research will require special what they call it, the chemical, software, whatever. That bench fee will be used to for your research actually. Okay.
Okay. And then um, I'm staying off campus, so I have to inform my IUM.
No need actually. Okay, next.
Okay, no need. Do mixed mode student need to pay the bench fee as well? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for answering that. Yes,
Alright.
actually, that's why I mentioned once you start with your proposal, okay, and then there will be the charge for the research fee and also the bench fee as well. All right.
Okay. What happens? Next question. What happens if we pay more for the tuition fee, but we took less than expected credit hour for the semester?
Oh yeah. So whatever the extra payment that you already paid during your first semester or any semester, it will be carried forward to pay for your next semester tuition fee. Okay.
Okay. And then what happened if we pay more? Okay, sorry. Why I am never reimbursed personal bond? My third degree, the first two they don't return.
That one, the personal bond, basically you can check back. Some of the personal bond, basically, when you completed your study, it has been set off with your final outstanding debt actually. Okay. However, if you're not receiving, what you can do, you can email to our finance at IUM, and then we can check back your financial statement during your degree, whatever. No problem actually.
Okay, and then is it enough to pay 1,026 ringgit for the whole semester? Do I need to pay more or not?
This one, I believe he's referring to the hostel fee. Okay, so for the hostel fee is if there is the LIDV living in during the vacation for the local student, and then it will be chargeable actually. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Alright. So for mahala, do I need to pay first before getting assigned to any mahala by SD? I think we answered it. Okay, yes.
All right. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And then for 20%, we need to go to CPS to apply, or we have some link that we can online fill up.
Okay, all right. This one at the moment actually you can notify first to the CPS, and then the CPS actually can collect first the name, okay, and then for the verification, because we will do the verification because the record of the scholarship will be come to the finance. Okay.
Okay, and then next is I'm alumni of IUM. For the 20%, it will be deducted because I already paid the full payment and the advertisement appeared after that.
Yeah, so basically, as I mentioned just now, you can notify to the Center for Postgraduate Study for the admission regarding the that you are the alumni. Okay, so once you are the student eligible, finance division will update the discount in their financial statement. So means that whatever payment that you already paid in full and will be carried forward to pay for the next semester tuition fee. Okay.
Okay, and then next is what about fee on the first semester if not exempted from self-pay to kuliah?
Sorry, against MC, can you repeat?
I think she's asking okay, if you're not exempted from CELPAT yet, because some of them needs to take EPT, APT, right? And then they have to take language courses. So what happens to the fee on the first semester?
Oh, okay, all right. So basically, if the student are required to take the English class at the CELPAT during the first semester, whatever fee that you pay for the kuliah fee will be utilized to pay for your CELPAT fee, basically. Okay, so means that when you enter, for example, first semester you are required to study at CELPAT. There will be the CELPAT fee. That CELPAT, the fee that you pay during your first semester will be utilized to pay for the CELPAT fee, and then whatever different, which means whatever amount left, will be utilized to pay for your next semester kuliah tuition fee. Okay.
Okay, all right. And then next is, oh, what happened to the chat? Sorry. I'm doing PhD research mode part-time Malaysian. So every semester I need to pay research fee.
Yes, for the research fee, for the program research only, okay, research fee will be chargeable every semester, will be recurring every semester, correct?
Okay, all right. And then no discount or special price for alumni. I think we already talked about the 20% alumni
Yes.
discount.
Correct.
But then that's something you have to refer to CPS just to make sure you fulfill all the conditions. Can you please explain more about bench fee claim for PhD? Is it we can apply to 2,500 ringgit for each semester in one quotation or multi quotation?
Okay, so basically this bench fee basically will be determined by the kuliah actually on the utilization. Okay, so whatever that whatever the project related to your thesis, whatever, you need to get the approval from the kuliah, because the kuliah will determine actually whether you can claim back or whether they can use the bench fee to cover whatever your research or not actually.
Okay, and then someone asked, can I assign hostel fees to the iMaklum account? I think
So basically, to the iMaklum account, I try to get this iMaklum account, which meant the student portal, right? iMaklum.
yeah. I think he means can you pay good?
Oh, can you pay using the iMaklum? iMaklum is the student portal. If you want to make the payment, I think you can go to the whatever the service
Jumpay, right?
method. Yeah, Jumpay, IUME payment. Okay, Flywire. That is the method of the payment just now. Okay.
Okay. Alright. And then sister asking, is the 20% discount apply for all semester? I believe no. As a student right now, I don't pay the 20% discount. I think this is just for a promotion for this semester, right?
For the semester 2, yeah.
Okay. And then total payment in offer letter for 1 year. Sorry.
No, the offer letter for the postgraduate is only for the one semester.
Oh, it's for what? Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to understand that. Okay. If I don't use all the bench fee in my research, will it be refunded when I graduate?
Oh no. The bench fee will not be refunded, because as I told, that one the one will be the kuliah actually who determine the bench fee will be utilized for what purpose actually.
Okay, and then I think this is the last question. If anyone have any other question, can you explain once more the difference? I think what is the bench fee and the recurrent fee, the difference?
The different, okay. So basically the different for the bench fee. Bench fee is mainly for the as I mentioned earlier, okay. As I mentioned earlier, it's not only applicable for the selected program, for example, engineering. So the program at the science base, which means for the kuliah of science, pharmacy, medic, dentistry, okay. And then for the in-heart also there is the bench fee, not applied to all. So basically, as I explained earlier, that bench fee will be utilized to cater for your research project or research whatever during your studies, master or PhD. Okay, and then the recurrent fee. Recurrent fee, basically the recurrent fee is for the services, library, medical facilities, okay, khairat, okay, that will be the fees, and then it will be recurring every semester. All right.
All right.
So that's
Okay.
all right.
All right. I think there's no more questions there. So everyone, if you have any other questions after this, you may proceed to finance division. I think for student it is at the rectory, right? At the
Exactly,
ground floor.
yeah. Correct. Exactly.
Okay. Ground floor, I think you go to the nearby Muamalat ATM, you just go straight and then turn to the right, and then you'll find the finance division for student. Inshallah, I think there's not much. There's no more question. Again, in regards to the 20% alumni discount, I believe that's you have to refer to CPS on the matter whether or not you fulfill the condition. I believe there's some other conditions there apart from being an alumni. So please do notify CPS if you want to inquire on the matter. I think that's all. Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you so much, Mr. Saiful Rijal, for sharing with us all this information about finance division. Thank you so much, and I hope that everyone here would have all of the necessary information throughout your studies. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. And then thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, everyone, for all the questions. We understand about financial matter. It will be something that invokes a lot of questions. And also, in regards to outing, everyone, do check the chat box. I believe it's already been sent. If you want to join the IUM outing this Friday, please register yourself through the link in the chat box. All right. I think we went a bit the past time, and our speaker is already here. You don't need to notify at I don't need to check at all whether he's here or not. So I believe the one way for you to be able to progress your studies more effectively in your IUM is by learning from seniors, learning from those who actually experience it first place throughout this garden of knowledge and virtue. And who is better to share with us about IUM's experience if not from our next speaker? He got his bachelor's, master's and PhD all from IUM, so he's much a seasoned student here in IUM. So here with us to share in the talk Life as a Postgraduate in IUM from IUM PG alumni, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Yusuf bin Muhammad. Sir, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Brother Faiz, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yasir li amri wa ahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillah, let us praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Due to his will and permission, we are able to gather here in the evening, and it is very tough for me after listening to all of the questions pertaining to finance, and suddenly you come to the topic of life as a postgraduate student. It's fun. It reminds me of my time when I completed in 2017, and Brother Saiful at that time was handling finance, and a lot of questions coming from finance. Good, mashallah. So I hope, because now it's like 3:50, definitely Brother Faiz, I'm not really going to extend more time, maybe a little bit more. Let us make this session more, we call it in Malay, santai, more relaxed.
Relax,
right?
yes.
Yeah, I will share some of my things in my slide, but I'm not going to burden with all of those statistics and etc., because I believe this is more on like a sharing session, right? So I hope, inshallah, in my span of time, I just to mention a few things that will benefit all of us. So before I start, I like to let us express our heartiest gratitude towards Allah the Almighty. Due to His will and permission, we are here, alhamdulillah, online. And I would like to thank again CPS for invited me, I think, for this 3 times, the 3rd time for me to give almost the similar topics to my juniors colleague. I will consider all of you students colleague. I was informed there are like more than 200 students, Brother Faiz, correct? And 70s of you are coming from the internationals. So the internationals, welcome to this IUM campus. I hope you enjoy so much, and I enjoyed so much. So let us, before we start, I'd like to mention a few things. Number one is that I like to make a disclaimer that I'm not like a scholar, professor, though my looks or my hair may suggest that. Okay. I, of course, during my earlier times, my hair is a lot. Now it's become lesser and lesser due to forestry. A lot of deforestation. A lot of things happens during my period of studies. So I'm making this disclaimer that this is not like a very highly academic or intellectual lecture, just to give some ideas when you register as a student, when you get your metric card. I'm not sure now what's the shape of the metric card. Recently, I saw undergraduate students, mashallah, they have a very good metric card, right?
The metric card is now a bank card.
Oh no, it's a bank card, is it?
Yeah, it doubles as a
Mashallah.
bank card. Oh,
So you can see a
mashallah.
bank card, you can see a metric card. Good, mashallah. Then I'll mention a little bit about myself, not to boast myself or to mention that I have the best experience in my life, but just to share, because I believe the best among us, khairun nas anfa'um linnas. The best among us is can benefit others, and I hope a little bit of my sharing can give some sort of inspiration, some sort of experience for others to learn, inshallah, right? So before we start, I need to mention a little bit. Brother Faiz has mentioned a few things about myself. I was like undergraduate in Kuliah of Science in Gombak campus. So I was there, though I'm in Kuantan now. I stayed in Gombak for almost more than 1 year. I enjoyed the food, and the food is marvelous at that time, right? Food is very important for me. It's important for us. So to have a good food is important, especially for those who are internationals. I do have a lot of international friends, and they have like enjoyed so much at that time. You can go to Bilal and etc. or Siddiq, you can have a lot of good food. I think now seems to be the same. Like you can have Indian food, Arab food, Malay food, etc. Right? All of the cultural food. But during that time in 2007, when you come to Kuantan, it's a different story. You come to Kuantan, you only have like 1 or 2 cafes, and you need to restrict your diet. Unless you have your transportation, you need to go outside. And I do have my beloved friend, international from Sudan. He used to fast almost every day because he couldn't cope with the food at that time. Mashallah. I always to sit beside him, even taking his food as my food as well. Because I see the way he mix and blend. I think the Malays, they know about kuih bahulu, kan? Kuih bahulu, and how he put it with milk and he put it on the fridge and become like ice cream. So I was like, okay, there's the innovation, not only research, even in food, right? So I did my master's in human anatomy in Kuliah of Medicine. At that time, it's mostly on mixed mode. I have the coursework and I have the component of research, which I believe some of the students here are doing fully coursework in certain course like accounting and etc. So I did have like a mixed mode during that time, and then I proceed to doing did my PhD in Kuliah of Life Sciences. It took me 5 years. It took me 5 years to complete my PhD in Kuliah of Life Sciences. So I'll mention a few things that during those 5 years, and also include those 2 years. So it took like 7 years for both masters and PhD. So it's fine. It's fine to have like multiple years. It's fine. It's not like, to have a PhD or masters to complete in 1 year means that you are excellent. No, because life as a postgraduate is a journey. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, when we mention in a journey, there are a few things. Number one, the road itself. When we see the road itself, the road can become a straight road. It can become a zigzag road. It can have like, curly roads. So the road itself we used to think that it's become easy. It's an easy journey. We might start with 200 students here in Ta'aruf Week. We might end up with few of them, or we might end up with few dropouts. That is normal. Because the journey itself is difficult and got a lot of obstacles. Like you are driving a car in a massive, traffic. Is either you're going to bump to other people's car or people going to bump on you. And it's either the road becomes slippery or the road become clear, but sometimes the external factors, right? For example, you see on the left side, you see mountainous area, right? You see a good landscape. And for those internationals who come into Malaysia, for example, you like the food, you're getting married, and etc. That's fine. But at the end of the day, what happened to your study, right? Similarly, imagine ourselves inside a train. So when we are inside the train is moving, right? The train is moving, there's a destination that we are going, we are being given good food, there's a good landscape and etc. But at the end of the day, we need to ask, what is the objective of my study? What is the objective of this particular journey? So it's a journey full of experience. Each one of us can have our own biography, though I'm not making myself. Right? The thing is, each of us have our own story can be narrated. That these years, either you are local or internationals, the person you met, the difficulties that you have. Some of you are single, by the time your PhD or master's completed, you become double, right? Or some of you are, getting married and you might have 2 or 3 children, right? Some of you having like become very thin and you become expand, or some of you expanded and you become thin. So a lot of things happens. Physical changes, transformation, mind transformation. You used to become a very, a simple person, but after you doing postgraduate, you become complicated person. So in the end of the day, we must acknowledge that this is a journey. Either it become a good journey, it become a worse journey. It depends how do we bring ourselves. There are certain things that we can control by our own choice, but there are certain things that may not be in our thinking or our mind or our plan. So in the end of the day, we take this as a journey, but whatever happens, we put our tawakkal to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Who knows that we've done everything, but at the end of the day, we still did not get the masters or PhD. That means that Allah has destined us another way. So don't lose our hope. Don't lose our hope. Please remember this word because I'm going to mention this in my final slide. Now, I'm going to share 10 tips. I always share this. In my span of 5 years, that I believe these 10 tips is important, is good for us to share, good for us to, practice to complete our study. Number 1, ladies and gentlemen, we must have a right intention. So we need to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of pursuing our study? Is it because our company or our institution asked us to proceed, which is my intention earlier that time, right? Or is that because of you want the title DR at in front of your name so that you can put on your car? I'm not sure. I don't think you put on your car. Maybe you put on your door, right? Or you put on your everything, right? You put your name tag. You want the title DR there, or you think that by having this master's or PhD means that you have credibility inside of people. You can boast of yourself saying that now I am a PhD. We call it in Malay mendabik dada, macam gorilla kan, mendabik dada. So it means that you are like having PhD full of knowledge, not permanent head damage, but full of knowledge. Now I'm a scholar, I'm a professional, people are looking at me, I have the credential, right? I used to have my friend, one of my friend, my colleague, when he was like, in India, so they were like happy to have PhD, and they were celebrating him, right? Certain culture, they used to see PhD as like, mashallah, a good academic credential. But when you have a lot of PhDs, there's a different story. Now, even we have PhD nowadays in Malaysia itself, that they buy the PhD. This is wrong. By 8,000 ringgit, there's a case mentioned in the news. You can buy your PhD. There's a fraud PhD, right? 8,000 ringgit, you can buy your PhD, you put your DR in front. So there are a lot of reasons why people choose to pursue study. Ask ourselves, what is our right? What is our intention? It is fine to have a worldly intention, either to have a good job, either to become professor. That is fine. But at the end of the day, always put our intention towards to get the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Always align our niyyah. I mentioned in the authentic hadith, innamal a'malu binniyat wa innamal likulli imri'in ma nawa. In the long hadith, put the right intention. So whatever problems that you face in your studies, you are going to face it, you're going to solve it, and you're going to overcome it. So to start with that, you must have a right and good intention. And because of that good intention, it'll give you a good motivation. Because at the end of the day, Allah is your reference. Whatever problems that you're going to have, it is part of the journey, you're going to overcome it. That's tips number 1. Number two, oh, this is wrong. I should put it at the back, at the last part, but it comes earlier. I forgot to change the animation. Number one, during these studies, people can take many years, right? Number one is the financial problems that when I notice here, it's good, mashallah, you're asked so many questions to Brother Saiful Rijal. It shows that you have concern about financials. And financial is very important. Just now I was like, verifying some information from my own kuliah about PhDs and masters fees. I think it's about 45,000 for internationals to do PhD in Kuliah of Allied. So in Malaysia, usually it's about 18,000 up to 40,000 or more than that. There's a range, a spectrum of fees you're going to pay. So imagine you are going to spend this money, and according to Teresa's study in 2017, like masters, half of them are self-sponsored and others need to work and been paid by their own institution, etc. So you need to plan. You need to plan properly, especially those internationals who are coming to Malaysia, and you need to spend. Are you sponsored by your government, or you are going to use your own money? It's not easy. So at least you must plan. You must anticipate there are challenges. What about medical issues? What about if you are getting married, you are having children, and you are having your own family to take care of? All of these things requires financial stability. So without a good financial stability, then you are going to have problem. Next, doing PhD and masters, especially those involved in lab. So I'm sorry, because I did my background is more on science, more on lab work. So a lot of my examples are looking at problems in the lab. And those who are involved in quantitative or qualitative study, you are interviewing people and etc. You also have your own problem. But in my case, the last time, especially those involved long work, long hours in lab, you need to really, give a good explanation. You need to really take consideration about your own family, if you have children and etc. Sometimes it's not easy. Your family need to understand that you are doing masters and PhD, especially those who are doing lab work. You need to know that sometimes your time, especially those who are coming to the end of the study, you have financial constraint, etc. Government scholarship are going to, deplete, etc. So you need to mention to your family about this issues, so that they know what's your position. Because there are studies, there are even cases during my time that even couple divorce because of PhD and masters. I think that time is PhD, because they couldn't tolerate the time taken, and it involves a lot of sacrifice. That is why those having families, you need to really appreciate the sacrifice given by your own family. Sometimes they need you. During my time, I need to mention a few things. After second year, during my PhD, my mother suffered from cancer. So I took 1 year to take care of her. At that time, I'm not married yet. So I didn't take leave of absence at that time. I managed my time with my supervisor, discuss and everything. But it's a tough time. Sometimes you only sleep 2 or 3 hours. Then you require a long day in the lab. And during that time, I didn't go to the lab. I need to go back to KL. So I need to stay at the house and work at night to do papers, writings, and etc. So the challenge is that you need to make your spouse or your family understand the journey that you take. It is not simple like, undergraduates, you go to class, you do assignments, you have projects. Masters and PhD is more than that, right? And next is that, this is like not fighting, not necessarily fighting. If you are working in a research team under one particular supervisor, you are the junior or you are a senior. Sometimes you can see it can happen that you might have problem with your colleague. It happens to me last time when I was like having a problem with my colleague. It's difficult for me to enter the lab because this friction happens. And those frictions sometimes normally can be healed. Sometimes it cannot be healed. It depends on the person itself. Some persons are very sensitive. When they become like hurt, they hurt so much. So because of this psychological hurting inside your heart, it's difficult for you to do lab work. You can't see this person. So you need to adjust, you need to adapt, you need to find a solution. So having a good relationship with your teammates sometimes help you. Unless you are very like, what we call stone head. I'm not sure if this is correct or not, which means that you don't care. I'm not, don't care about others. You think yourself, you are right. You just follow it and you don't care about others. That is different. But usually we are a social organism, right? Social creation of Allah, that we always communicate each other. If we are not having a good environment, it doesn't support our research, right? Anticipate challenge on these things. And another thing is that we must know that this particular journey of a PhD or master's, it can disrupt our social life, our love life, our mental health, and even our future. We might have a lot of plans in the future, but because of this particular journey, it might cause us problems, right? To the extent, if someone asks you when you're going to finish your PhD, as if you're going to shoot that guy. So this is some of the challenges that might happen in your journey. So anticipate all these things. Like in a journey, someone told you, if you go to enter this, you're going to find this, you're going to find this, you need to have this. At least you have some ideas in your mind that this is going to be happen in future. Now let us go to the third tips. So I'm going to go very fast, inshallah. We have 10 tips. Ladies and gentlemen, my 5 years of journey, one of the really support me is having a good supervisor. I have a very good supervisor last time. She supported me a lot. She defended me a lot. When people are seeing me not in the lab for one or more than 1 year, I was at home taking care of my mother. She supported me and she gave me a task in a different way. For example, in the first 2 years, I was focusing more on literature review and publishing review. That is thing that we can do, especially the first semester and second. We really need to work out on your literature review, and you can publish it as a systematic review or other means, so that you have a good grasp on all of the things that you are going to do in your research. And to have this, the first thing is that to have a good supervisor. Now, we need to understand, having good relationship with your supervisor doesn't mean that you're going to marry your supervisor. If the supervisor is a bachelor, right, it's fine. It's fine. We do have cases that getting married after completed the study, that's fine. Right? But I'm telling here is that good relationship means you know the boundaries, you know where to respect, you know both ways. We need to understand supervisors, they are a very busy creature. They have networking, they have research, they have admin, they have a lot of things happening at the same time. So we need to understand that as a student, we need to become very independent, but at the same time, we do show to our supervisor that we are really a dedicated student. So let's say you have a problem. You are finding a certain problem. Lab doesn't work, a machine got spoiled. A lot of things happens. So when you present this problem or issues to your supervisor, at least you have an idea in your mind how to solve it. For example, you say, okay, this is the problem. 1, 2, 3, this is my suggestion. Give your suggestion, right? Me becoming a supervisor to one master, one PhD student, I appreciate this very, very much. Whereas my students show me this is the problem, this is the issue. It shows that I have tried my best to solve the problem, but I still seek your consultation, right? That's the one of the way of doing that. Second thing is that whatever deadlines, we call it deadline, okay? Try to fulfill it. Try to fulfill it, right? So and be considerate. Let's say you are sending your, draft, your thesis draft, and etc. Some supervisors, they want you to send the whole chunk of thesis. Some of them like to send chapter by chapter. So it depends on your supervisor's, interest. So let's say you are sending your draft and you are sending today, you are expanding tomorrow. You are expecting tomorrow to get back the thesis. So this is inconsiderate, right? So at least you need to know when to submit to your supervisor, when to submit to supervisor, and when to get those feedbacks. There are supervisors, they are like working 24 hours, means you can send anytime, they will come and give comment anytime. Maybe they sleep, they woke up, they see your WhatsApp, okay, my student has sent my thesis, he might check during that time, right? There are certain supervisors maybe neglect at all because too busy, he even forgot to open up the email. So the communication between you and supervisor is very important. When you have a problem, share with your supervisors, share also the solutions, but don't keep hide at the back of your supervisor. Let's say when the supervisor got it, and you're going to have problem. Because in the end of the day, if your supervisor does not supporting you, then you are going to have a big problem. Some supervisors are good, yes. Some are very not really considerate. It depends. It depends on certain supervisors. But we as a student, we should know what it takes to have a good relationship with your supervisor. Now, tips number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, when we do our masters and PhD, one of the things that I see really benefiting me as a student, that I always help others, try to help others. Which means sometimes we see our juniors, we see some other students are asking you certain questions or certain skills that you know, you might teach them how to do it. But that does not mean you are going to help, you are going to help your brothers or sisters write their thesis. That is not helping others. It's I listen to Ta'aruf Week by Dr. Yusuf. Now, if you want me to write your thesis, I can do it for you. No, that's not the context. As mentioned in this particular hadith, man nafasa an mu'minin kurbata min kurabi dunya, nafasallahu anhu, min kurabi yawmil qiyamah, which means that when you try to help your brothers or your sisters, sometimes they are in certain, problems, issues. They ask you to help. You can help, but help them in your own capacity and capabilities, right? Help them in the best way you can. For example, he or she was asking certain things that you know of, you know the answer, and etc. But you don't have time, so maybe you can direct him or her to others. Try to help others, because you never know. When you are in a dire situation, in a certain situation, you need help. Inshallah, the help will come for you. Though that person might not help you, because this world is not like when I help you, you're going to help me. No. This world, you scratch others, people scratch you back. But when you help others, not necessarily people will help you. But when you do it for the sake of Allah, helps can come in a way that you never know. Right? For example, when we know that during PKP or during the RMO, the movement order, we never know that we are good in online. We are going to learn, online teaching, online learning, doing all this ad puzzle and etc. When we are face to face, we do not know this, right? Or for those who are doing online business, right? Those people who are having difficulties to gain money under normal circumstances, in RMO, you need to change by going for online. And in online, it seems that you're becoming better. So sometimes in certain problems, certain issues, you develop better because other people help you or because you help others. So when we have a good environment, we try to help others. Inshallah, Allah will help us. Sometimes the simplest help is that just to give a smile to your own friends when they are really demotivated. As mentioned in hadith, la tahkiranna minal ma'rufi shay'a wa an talqa ahaka biwajhin taliq. Like, do not trivialize good things, even when you are smiling to your other friends, your other brothers or sisters, in the right context. If you keep smiling all the time, then they were thinking that you are having some problem with your mind. Right? So of course, when you have a good mood, going to the lab in the morning or doing some studies or interview, etc., or writing thesis or taking examination for your coursework, at least it's inspire yourself to become better to the whole day. And as a Muslim, we know that we have what we call recitation, al-ma'turat, right? The awrat, etc. We write in the morning, we recite when we're going to sleep. All these things are become like a shield for us, are becoming to equip ourselves to become very motivated and energetic throughout the day. Because the journey of postgraduates doesn't stop on Saturday and Sundays. It doesn't stop on that days, right? The journey is every day until when you submit your thesis to CPS. I still remember 2017 when I need to catch up the Senate meeting, It was like the Senate meeting in the morning Friday. In the evening, I asked them whether they have completed everything because I need to report duty to IUM at that time, right? So you can relieve, you can find the relief inside yourself after you submit your full thesis, inshallah. Then number 5, build up connections. During your 5 years, not 5 years, maybe some of you are less than that. During your years of masters and PhDs, take this opportunity to build up connections, which means you go for conferences, go for workshops, go for competitions. For example, here, I'm mentioning a few of them. 3-minute thesis, for example. 3-minute thesis is a very good competition for us to articulate our research in only 3 minutes. Imagine me, myself, having 5 years of research, going to mention this only in 3 minutes. It sounds like, wow, is it possible to do that? Of course, if you're not mentioning your result in detail, right? So 3-minute thesis means you are summarizing your research in 3 minutes to the lay audience. If they can understand your research, those people can understand. So it helps you to articulate your words. When you go for YUA, it helps you a lot. Because sometimes, though your examiners are very good, even they don't really understand what you are writing. So they want to hear from yourself. So when you can articulate good in 3 minutes, it really helps you. Similarly, for the falling walls of lab, I did this, alhamdulillah, in 2017, I'm not mistaken. Alhamdulillah, I got the national level winner. But I'm not selected for Malaysia. I think tomorrow you have to be Dr. Pamela. Dr. Pamela, mashallah, she is good. She went representing Malaysia to Australia, and I think even to Germany, I'm not mistaken. So you can listen to her tomorrow. So this is good. It's not like you are becoming a good debater or orator, but at least you are articulating your words in your presentation. Similarly to falling walls of lab, I got the second prize, alhamdulillah. The winner goes to will go to German, to Berlin, and going to present there. And I know one particular student at that time, now is a lecturer in UMP, that he won both 3MT and falling walls of lab, and he got like more than 10,000 ringgit, I think. Oh, good, mashallah, to do PhD at that time and earning money. Right? Similarly for the fame lab. So you can find in your own competition, your supervisor should encouraging you to go for these things, and make sure that you have a grant. Let's say if it's involved traveling and etc. And I know you have the bench fees now, though those bench fees can be used to enter competition and etc. Go for these things, meet new people. It is mentioned in one of the studies by Science Board, not mistaken, 90% of employment comes due to the connections. 10 to 15 are more than on your CVs. Because when you go, you meet few people, you are widening your area. For example, you go for conference. There are 2 types of conferencing. Number 1, a very general conference, science and technology. You have kind of like a lot of fields there, and you are going there to present. The advantage is that you are looking at different perspective from other view of science, and you try to incorporate in your own study, which is very good. You can open up your own dimension. And another type of conference, which is very specific to your own topic, this good for you to see some scholars who can comment it early to your own studies and can give good input. So depending on which type of conference, both have pros that you can use. Or go for exhibitions, go for like we have in UAE, we have the IRI, we have Bio Malaysia and etc. Go for that. Similarly, for those in arts, you are going for studies, you are going to do interviews, you are involving certain government sectors, you are involving certain, government link, GLCs and etc. Meet new people, get some experience, get some feedbacks. That's the way you need to expand. Because we cannot live in silo. So it comes back to your own early part just now. What is the purpose of you doing masters and PhD? If you are looking for employment, you are looking for money, etc. So networking is very, very important. Now, tips number 6, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned, in a journey, you are going to adapt more experience. So take these years in IIUM to expand our knowledge. The thing that I like in Gombak campus in 2017, not 2017, earlier than that, 2007, is that the amount of knowledge and information in that university. you have a lot of discourse in different fields. Those who are taking laws, you can have even in economics. Those who are taking economics, you can have session in IRK or in Islamic studies, right? A lot of different dimensions in Gombak campus, even in Kuantan campus. We might think that, oh, this is not my topic, this is not my research. No, this is a wrong thing in PhD and masters. Always expand our mind, but this is depending on the time. Let's say we are in the midst of writing thesis for submission, definitely we don't have time. But at the early phase, like now you are registering, enjoy the knowledge that we have. Expand our knowledge, go and learn. And this is my advice even to the internationals. You are coming to Malaysia, international to IUM, learn the language. I do know some internationals speak like Kelantanese dialect, which is like, mashallah, that's too high. At least you can speak Malay, right? And those locals, when we are accepting our friends from internationals, treat them as a guest. You are spending 5 years more than that in this country. You're not learning the language. It's a waste. Get the language, get the culture. That is the Islam mentioned lita'arufu, to know each other, right? So diversify our knowledge to know all of these soft skills and hard skills. Learn the skills of communication. Learn about IT because you need to do a lot of softwares. Now we have like Atlas TI, we have this in vivo and vivo, etc. A lot of softwares that you're going to use in your own study, or those softwares that can lead you to a better source of knowledge. So take this opportunity. Becoming a scholar is not easy. Of course, I'm not asking all of us to become professors, that's fine. The issue is that you are entering the garden of knowledge and virtues, to take this opportunity, right? Especially those who are doing full-time, who are living in campus and etc. Go for all of the discourse. Though you are coming from different field, you are coming from laws, economics, all of the other things, go and learn and utilize our library. Utilize our own library in Gombak and utilize all of these things. So by having these things, by few years of embarking this, inshallah, you are going to see there's a room of improvement, either in the way you think, either in the way you respond, and either in the experience. So they will add up more vocabularies in your language, and it really helps you when you write your thesis. Writing a thesis itself is an art. How do you improve your language? It's not a simple newspaper language, right? Some students ask me how we improve our own writings. It is by reading and reading and reading, and strategic reading. You are doing certain things in your research. You need to know who are the scholars. You need to know what topics you should read. Not simply reading the abstracts, but more than that. So by the end of the day, you are a scholar of yourself compared to your own supervisor. Supervisor is only the director, is the only one who guide you in the way, but you are going to complete and you are going to become better in those particular fields. And the other things, my ladies and gentlemen, is about, okay, you can see there's those pictures on the side, the thesis and pandemic are fighting each other. But the things I'm going to mention here is that proper planning. As a family man, as a person who are involved in family, either you are married or not married, you are not going to sacrifice all of your time for postgraduate studies, right? You are going to have time with your family, time for holiday, marriage, other people getting married, you are getting married yourself, other people are dying, funeral, etc. A lot of things happens. Of course, we cannot plan other people's funeral. We cannot plan that. Oh, you're going to die in 2 years, you're going to die in 3 years, I'm not going to come for your funeral, I got labor. You cannot do that, right? But the things that we can plan, certain things that in a year, that some people are getting married, you have like social meetings, you have family gatherings, etc. You can plan. But there are certain things you need to know what's your plan. That is the importance of Gantt chart. When you make a proposal, you have Gantt chart. Last time I thought Gantt chart, I was thinking, what is Gantt chart? Is it gun on the chart or what? Now I know Gantt chart means your milestone, your proper planning. That's the proper planning to see that, okay, this 3 years or 2 years, this is my master's. This is like 4 years, this is my PhD. I need to complete, I need to achieve this. And we need to consider there are a few things coming in, in between. So how do we compensate? We need to have some time for our own family. We need to have some time to read our materials. We need to have some time to write our material. So all of these things are important. Those in coursework, you need to have sometimes you to read your material well. So it requires determination. It requires a proper planning. Without proper planning, you are planning for fail. If you fail to plan, you are planned to fail. Right? Now, having said that, doesn't mean that we cannot change. Right? This is important as a student, as an intelligent student. We know that during our planning, there are certain things that we need to change. We know that, we know the issue of what happened during pandemics. A lot of things are changed to online. Students are suffering. They cannot enter to the lab. How can you do lab in online? You are at the home and your rats are in the laboratory. How can you do online? We cannot do that, So you need to change. So sometimes you are stopped in your lab work for those who are having lab work, or you stop in qualitative study for those doing interviews, transcribe, etc. So you need to think, what other things that I can excel? Do I need more trainings? Do I need more workshops? Do I need to go conferencing? Do I need to write something? Complete my chapters? Plan and adapt. Plan and adapt. So having these skills is important. But anyhow, whatever changes that you do, always consult with your supervisor. As I mentioned earlier, tip number 1, number 2 just now, having a good relationship with your supervisor is important. Now, let's say your supervisor may not know something. Definitely your supervisor not knowing anything. Sometimes certain things he not know, right? So how you get the information from others? There are certain ways of doing it, right? You need to inform your supervisor. Is it okay for me to ask others? Or maybe your supervisor are giving other names for you to consult. That is fine. As for me last time, just to share to you, I did studies on collagen. Collagen use. We know that usually the female, they know collagen for skin, skin cosmetic. So I did on collagen last time. I was searching for collagen coming from certain source. It's very difficult to get and very expensive. I found in the net, one of the paper, one professor from US producing this collagen. So I just emailed him to ask for more information. He willingly sent the collagen from US using FedEx for free. So we never know. Sometimes it happens in that way, right? So as I mentioned earlier, when you diversify your knowledge, when you try to seek some solution in your problems, always refer to papers and etc. Don't mind to email them personally and ask. Don't mind to ask questions. So based on all of these things, you are diversifying your knowledge, and in this case, you are trying to do flexibility in your research, because not everything going to be fine. Sometimes you have decided to use this methodology and you found out this methodology is problematic or not feasible. So when you write your own proposal later on, it's not simply that you can take any methods from the journals. That's the simplest thing we can do, right? We don't never know about this method. We just took whatever things and we put it there. At least verify with the authors, at least to see whether you have the instrumentation in your university to do that. So after filtering whatever methods that you do, you choose the best method that's feasible for you. So always adapt and ability to change. And ladies and gentlemen, tips number 9, be aware with opportunities and policies. Now, sometimes students take granted for this. If I'm going to ask you who is your dean in your own kuliah, you might not know. The thing is, we need at least to know who's the authority in our kuliah. Who's the dean? But finance we know. Finance we know. Because we're going to ask a lot of questions to finance. Right? At least we know who's the authority. It happens to our kuliah last time when our dean goes to our clinic. And the students were thinking that this is like a pakcik or makcik from outside. No, this is our own dean. So sometimes we never know who our authority in our kuliah. At least we know our place. We know where we stand. And if you do not know, seek information for it. Right? And second is about the deadline. Where is the deadline? When is the deadline? Sometimes, now we have eye monitor. The supervisor keep been, mentioning about eye monitoring and etc. You know your deadline. If you're asking for extension, don't allow yourself until the system, cause you to have like, either you are having problem with the systems and etc. Don't allow yourself to be in that position. Always be alert and vigilant. And try to seek some opportunities. I do know some students, when they try to find it, online opportunities, they found like they have a full sponsored international conference they can go. When they apply their sample papers and etc., it's being sponsored 100%. Even you have like travel grant. I do last time, alhamdulillah, I managed to get travel grant during my time, 3,000 ringgit, which is very big for me at that time, to go to Japan, to go for conferencing and to do presentations. So be aware with the opportunities, be aware with the deadlines, with the policies. So all of this thing really helps you as a student. And if I were to ask, what is the IM mission and mission? I'm not sure whether I don't think you memorize all these things, right? But at least you have some ideas. You have some ideas. What is our university is all about? What is the mission and vision? Either we are really on track or not, but at least we have some ideas. We are coming to the International Islamic University. What are the visions and missions? Right? And finally, I'm finishing, mashallah, 4:30. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, whatever I mentioned you earlier does not going to demotivate you. What I'm mentioning to you is the reality of study. Definitely, we are going to face problems, though some might have like a very easy, smooth way, getting the scroll and etc. That's fine, because Allah is going to test in different way, right? Some of us might have difficulties in this, because by having difficulties, we will unleash our potential. We never know that we are having a good patience until we get angry. But that does not mean we need to get angry every day. So definitely, we know that our potential being unleashed when something happens to us. But regardless, whatever happens, don't go up to kill yourself. We never know about these things. Some people, because of financial problems, because of the strife, really need to get the PhD or masters. Who knows, you might go for these things. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Quran, in Surah Zumar, chapter number 39, verse number 53, Qul ya ibadiyalladhina asrafu ala anfusihim la taqnatu min rahmatillah inna Allah yaghfiru dhunuba jami'a innahu wal ghafurur rahim. Say that, wahai hamba-hambaku yang telah melampaui batas, say to those who exaggerate themselves, transgress themselves, do not lose hope in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah will forgive all of your sin. So whatever happens, because if we ponder and think about ourselves, who are we in the sight of people? We always think that people talk about us, right? Sometimes we always become like very concerned what people talk about me. But imagine if you're going to die today. Our spouse within few months start eating popcorns and you start watching comedies. That's fine. People who used to cry during our funeral, after a few months, they are laughing. That's fine. There's a normal human reactions. And after a few years, people will forget us. There's a normal human reaction. We come with nothing and we're going to leave this world with nothing. So what we can do is that strive the best for our things that we do in this world, and we put the tawakkal to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and never lose hope. Have courage, be strong. That's the best and we can do for this particular journey. So let's say after doing all those things, still we cannot complete this master's or PhD. That is fine. You are not like, you learn experience, you have done that job, but in the end, there might be other ways for you. But at the end of the day, you, inshallah, I hope that all the students here, all those people who are listening this, you are going to enjoy your master's and PhD. Problems will come, you're going to overcome it. And in the end of the day, when you submit your thesis, it becomes an enjoyable thing to you. And if you are selected to become the rhetoric speech, inshallah, that's bonus for you. And I'm sharing this, if those of you want to listen, I'm not boasting myself. This is not my channel. Someone had put it on YouTube. I think it's beneficial for us. If you think that is beneficial, you can go and watch my 2017, I think so, or 2018, I'm not sure, that I give my rhetoric speech. That is it was a bit emotional because it reminds me of all the things I suffered. I did suffer a lot, but I'm not going to mention here. I just mentioned a few tips here that I believe it is beneficial for all of us, especially for my students, my colleague here, who are, some of you are elder than me. It's fine. It's not about age. It is about the experience that we're going to hold. After this Ta'aruf week, we're going to start. You're going to start become the students of IUM. You are going to complete. You're going to succeed, inshallah. I hope with that, my time is up, and I refer back to our moderator for any questions you want to ask, inshallah.
Thank you so much, thank you so much, Doctor, for that experience sharing just now. And I believe that a lot of people will going to benefit from the experiences that you just told us. I'm just going to open the floor to anyone. If you have any questions, any concerns, this is more of a lax session. It's not something serious or anything.
It is not financial.
Yeah, as long as it's not about finance.
Yeah, it is not financial, so I don't think the students really want to ask. But it's okay if anyone has questions to ask and etc. Inshallah.
Okay, there's one question actually in here, is that he asked how to check our level of paper, whether it is Q1 or Q2 or others. Do you know, sir?
There's a few ways of looking this. Yeah, there are a few ways of looking this. Either you can go to Shimago, Scopus. They have like quality Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. You can, according to your own field, you can go there. There's one way of doing it, or you go to the Thomson's Reuters website. With that one, I think need to be subscribed. So based on that, you can see whether this is indexed or not. So as a student, we really need to know that our papers at least should be indexed. Alhamdulillah, in my PhD, I published 5 papers, 4 papers, and 1 paper after that, after YWA. So most of them are indexed, some of them are non-indexed. So it's good to go for indexed journal, especially in the early part when you're doing literature review. It's a bit tough unless you're doing a systematic review or you go to up to meta-analysis, which is very good, mashallah. So usually people not going to go for meta-analysis, just a systematic or scoping review. But that is something to kick off. So once you got published on that thing, so it, like all other things, become much more easier to give some strength or some motivation for you to publish. But try to write at early phase. Although writing literature review on the first year is not, you're going to update your information later on. That's fine. That's fine, right? And I think the library has going to have a lot of workshops on these things. So be alert. Last time I did, Elsevier did some training to how to use the database and etc. So always join them, get more information how to at least to publish. I think at least for Malaysian, you need to, my site is a good index as well for us to publish, inshallah. I hope that answers the question.
All right, thank you so much, sir. And anyone have any other questions? You can ask, since sir here took his master and PhD here. I believe he caters to all concerns related to master and PhD. All right. If anyone have any other questions or you want to sharing or anything, I think that's all for today lah. Thank you so much, sir, for, I think like those tests. Oh, okay. Someone asked, can you explain more about Gantt chart?
Okay, Gantt chart. Okay, it's fine. When you are doing your proposal, right? Definitely you have a certain part at the back is Gantt chart. So there are different methodology of doing Gantt chart. Usually it depends on the months, right? Number one is that you establish your objective of your study. So of your studies, how many objectives you want to achieve, right? Like in my case, let's say for masters, I have 3 main objectives. So based on the three objectives, what is the methodology for me to fulfill all of those objectives? So based on the methodology, I line out based on the months that I want to achieve. So based on that, you can do your Gantt chart. So at least you have some estimation. It is fine during your first year, you might not know much. you never done it, you never know your methodology, you even not know what is quantitative and quantitative study, that is fine. That is fine. But at least you get some journals, when you read, you can see their methodology. Based on that, you extract and you try to put it on your proposals. Then when you start doing it, you're going to adjust. You're going to adjust.
Yeah.
You're going to adjust. But your adjustment, yeah. Yeah, but
I think
want to say
I don't
something?
know. I don't know. I think I can relate with that. You see, like right now I'm going to submit my thesis this week actually, and what I
Mashallah,
say
good.
is that originally the plan was for me to like finish my thesis within 4 or 5 months. You know, that's the whole idea. And then COVID comes, thing comes, and then like that Gantt chart at the first place looks so nice. Okay, month one, month two, month three, and then suddenly you realize how difficult it is to get interviewees, and then you realize, oh my god, I did it. I asked the wrong questions, and you have to redo it again. So
That is fine.
adapting.
That is yeah. That is the good thing about your experience. You learn from your mistakes. As I mentioned, there are two types of mistakes. One of the mistakes you can repair it or you can heal it. But one of the mistakes you cannot do anything at all. So it become like a memory for you, and it might affect you. But at the end of the day, you still have the chart to be adjusted. The problem is you don't have chart at all. You put it all inside your mind. So when you put all inside your mind, you're going to have problem. You have a lot of problems in your mind, your family, your friends, and etc. Now you're putting your research inside your mind. Right? So at least you have some you're putting on your laptop or you're putting on paper. You're going to adjust it. That's going to be better, inshallah.
Inshallah. And okay, I think like I want to leave with only one question. Only one question. And actually this is something that I noticed. I think you also mentioned about it in your presentation just now. Usually earlier this day, one of the presenters or speakers talk about how lonely it is to do your master or your PhD. And so I believe that these days one of the challenges is that when, for example, you do your research here and then you see the other person has his research so smooth, no issue, and then you here stuck with writing. I've seen people who has like writing block, 2-3 months cannot write, and then he or she, I say, he came to me and then he complained, say like, oh, other people in my batch, that registered a PhD together with me is already progressing, and here I am stuck with this chapter. So how important it is to recognize the uniqueness of your journey or the path that you're going to take during this postgraduate period.
This is a very good question. I always get this question. Number one, as for me, I don't compare with others, because the other people have their own issues, problems at background, right? They might have a smooth PhD and masters, but we never know what other problems are waiting for him or her. Right? As for us, we might have difficulties in this writing block or what things that you're going to mention, but Allah make it easy for other things. So I'm not going to compare myself to them, but I'm going to compare only with those below me. Only those who are below me, which I believe that okay, at least I become more relaxed, more relaxed, which means that okay, at least I'm better. Not to see in front of him that I'm better than you, no, but at least to believe that there are some people who are having a difficult life compared to me. So by having that, at least to suit myself. But to see others only in a context that you want to uplift yourself, to motivate yourself. But if you are comparing to others above you and it causes you to have depression, then better not to compare. Better not to compare. That's number one. Number two is that pertaining to the writing blocks, it happens to all. That's why number one, you need to identify what is the best way to write. What's the best time to write for yourself? Some of us might have early morning. Some of us at late night before sleep. Some of us at evening. You need to know where is the mental block always happen. Number one. Number two, take a break. Let's say you are like really exhausted, take a break, either to go for holiday, but don't go for holiday for 1 month, 2 months. Go for 1 week, a few days is good enough. Having a good food, mashallah, having a good, that is why we need to empower our PGSS. You need to empower PGSS. That's the
Yes.
means of PGSS. Yeah, PGSS to have this. And number 3 is that the personal preference of a person. Some person, they like to socialize, but when work, they like really to live in solitary. So we respect that, right? Some person, they like to be together. Let's say you come to Starbucks or to other places, coffee shop, we do thesis together. But at the end, they're not doing thesis together. They're gossiping, membawang each other. Right? So some person, they don't want to meet people because they really need to focus. So it depends. We need to know our own capacity. Are we a group-like person? When we have others with us, we can write better? Or are we a solitary person? So, and always, number 4 is that always listen to motivation or inspiring quotes to give our mind a powerful strength. Because in the end of the day, a good mind, a good soul will help you. It will help you, inshallah. And Allah will give you things, mashallah, to help you. And of course, you must make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala every time. That's can suit yourself, inshallah.
I'm going to point, I think I'm going to, this is the last question because this come from chat. So I'm going to share. Okay, Doctor, can you share motivation on how to cope with mental stability and how to, I guess, always be positive to remain till the end?
Yeah, this is something that happens to a lot of students. Even I read some of the IM confession for those who are having mental depression. Even my students themselves are having this issue as well. This number 1, as I mentioned earlier, that is why we need to anticipate problems will come. That's number 1. Number 2 is that we always have a good perception towards Allah. Always have good perception. We acknowledge something happened to us, musibah happens to us, but at the end of the day, we know that Allah has destined a better things for us. Okay, there's a 2 way of looking. This is not like something bad happened to us, we say that this is good. No, we never say this is good. We acknowledge this is bad. But we know there's a wisdom behind that Allah knows best. Let me give you an example. Let's say you have a business transaction tomorrow, 6 billion, and you need to take the flight in this evening. And suddenly you have a traffic jam, it caused you to miss the flight. And you were cursing and cursing and cursing. And you go back, you saw on the news, the flight crashed down. So imagine how grateful of you not boarding that plane. We never know. So in the end of the day, train our mind to know that in life, definitely there's going to have bad things. There's going to have problems. Suit ourselves, get a good people around us, and always make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. At the end of the day, as I mentioned earlier, none of us going to help us. Means that at a certain of point, people will have like either give you advice, they'll give you something, they'll leave you. But Allah will never leave you. Because we live in this world because of Allah, we're going to live, get of this life, this world, towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, return to Allah. Anything is to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the best mental cure is to return back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and hope that our sin will be forgiven and we are going to become a better person.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the sharing today. And mashallah, I think like everyone, I hope the audience here benefit a lot. Maybe you can implement all of the tips that has been shared today. There's 10 tips here. I believe like some of our audience even went to share in the chat, the first 4 tips. Inshallah, I hope that everyone would be able to overcome any challenges or hurdles that you face during these postgraduate times. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
And thank you all.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam, sir. Okay, everyone. So that concludes our session for today. Inshallah, we will continue with day 3 of our postgraduate Ta'aruf week starting from tomorrow. So please be online by 9:20 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to start with like what Dr. Yusof shared just now. We're going to have an exciting session tomorrow with our very own 3MT representative, Dr. Pamilia. In fact, you actually have already saw her in one of the videos shown yesterday. So please do come tomorrow 9:20 with pen and paper and just prepare yourself for the all of the tips, all of the experiences and knowledge that's going to be shared tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a good afternoon, good evening. Have a nice rest. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tomorrow is online. Tomorrow is online.